8 statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 2nd July 2026, and they are numbered as number 1 through to number 8 as contained in the order paper. The import of this, Mr. Speaker, is that we have considered these regulations. These are regulations that have been made pursuant to a number of protocols that the Kenya government has succeeded to pursuant to the Chicago Convention of 1944. So government is seeking to domesticate those conventions, Mr. Speaker, or protocols in these regulations. And so, Mr. Speaker, we consider these regulations, there are 5 more, there are a total of 34. And we are seeking for extension of time to enable us conclude them as we are working on amendments that are necessary to comply with the Statutory Instruments Act, Mr. Speaker. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Onjoke to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who to second?
Honorable Onjoke.
Onjoke. Member for Bomachoge.
No, Wanchari.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. Members, on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seats. Bonchari. I stand corrected. Thank you. Mbunge wa Bomachoge ni wewe. Bomachoge si wewe. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 10, which is that pursuant to the provisions of section 15.3 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following 21 statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 25th June 2026. All the 21 are listed on the order paper. And B, extend the period for the consideration of the following 8 statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 2nd July 2026. Again, all the 8 are listed on the order paper. We put the question? Yes. Oundo, what is it? You want to debate this?
No, I don't want to debate. Probably it's possible that when the chairman was moving, we got distracted. There were quite a number of people, colleagues in front of me. Is it possible that the chair can repeat the reason why they're extending, just for record purposes, so that we also understand?
He said so.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I'm seeking indulgence. There were so many male colleagues who are standing around here. Thank you.
Honorable Oundo. Honorable Oundo, that's why we have the Hansard that records verbatim every word said here, and it goes on to record in real time. If you got the Hansard now, you'll find what the Honorable Chepkonga said. Yes, Julia Sunguli, is it a point of order?
No, I thought it's still open for me to say something so that Honorable Oundo might benefit because I'm a member of the committee. Yes. And I could just say it in a few words. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have your permission.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Delegated Legislation sat down in Mombasa recently to discuss, to deliberate on 32 pieces of legislation. Delegated legislation. And Mr. Speaker, these are very important instruments that touch on civil aviation. Now, the drafting and everything else is still under consideration, including some of the substance. Unfortunately, we have not finished because of the amount of time, within the required time. If we do not extend the time, and Honorable Oundo is not even listening, If we do not extend the time...
And you are not addressing Oundo, you are addressing the chair and the
That's
house.
what I'm addressing the chair, that Honorable Oundo needs to pay attention so that he does not ask you again. If we do not extend the time, these regulations will come into force by effluxion of time without due consideration by the committee. So we do ask that this House gives the committee that it mandated enough time to deliberate on this, and that these regulations do come into force only when the House says so.
Thank you, Sunguli. Actually, the matter is not contested, and Oundo was just being mischievous, as usual. I'll now put the question up. Members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that pursuant to the provisions of section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, this House resolves to A, extend the period for consideration of the following 21 statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 25th June 2026. All the 21 are listed in the order paper. And B, extend the period for consideration of the following 8 statutory instruments by a period of 21 days with effect from 2nd July 2026. All the 8 are listed on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and their application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2026, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes. Order number 12, the Architects Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the training, registration, and licensing of architects, to provide for the regulation and development of the architectural practice, and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2026, second reading, resumption of debate.
Had Osoro finished moving? Who was seconding?
The Honorable Kimani Kuria was to second, and he's asked me to do that on his behalf. He's held up in a meeting.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, which, Honorable Speaker, is a very small bill, only 4 clauses. And basically, it is realigning the Kenya Revenue Authority Act with other statutes that have since been repealed. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the proposals in the bill, clause 2 and 3 are just proposing to delete the term ex officio from section 7 and 8 of the Act. And this deletion is necessary because the term ex officio is no longer fits the current composition and structure of the KRA board. Honorable Speaker, Section 6 of the KRA Act has established a very crisp board, which includes the chairperson, the Commissioner General, PS Finance, the Attorney General, and 6 independent members. Clause 4 again updates the first schedule, replacing outdated standards levy order of 1990 with the current order of 2025. And again, the bill also seeks to delete references to the old repealed Sugar Act of 2001, substituting with the Sugar Act of 2024, And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the further amendment, Honorable Speaker, inserts the Retirement Benefits Authority Act into the list of written laws relating to revenue. This amendment formally incorporates the Retirement Benefits Act, Cap 197, to properly position KRA as the official collector of the retirement benefits levy. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a very short bill, only 4 clauses, just realigning terms that have been referenced to in the KRA Act, but those references have since been repealed to new acts of parliament, and therefore we're just realigning to make sure that the KRA Act refers to the current laws. And also that realignment to ensure that the retirement benefits levy is collected by KRA, again, by inserting the amendments touching on the Retirement Benefits Authority Act. Honorable Speaker, there is nothing much to say about this bill. It's a rather straightforward bill. I know following public participation and submissions by stakeholders, including the Commissioner General and commissioners of KRA, they also brought in issues touching on the frequency of meetings of the board, because by law, the board, I think, was required to sit every month, and it may not be necessary always for a board. It looks like the board is micromanaging the management of the commissioners. When they sit every other month, they sort of become part and parcel of the day-to-day running of the authority. And we want KRA to be run professionally by the professionals who are there, while as the board performs the function of oversight, overall oversight and policy direction of the organization, not day-to-day management, and even becomes cumbersome every now and then to convene board meetings, and costly also to the authority. Honorable Speaker, you remember we just appropriated an additional 1.8 billion shillings to KRA to ensure that all this money is going towards efforts that are geared towards revenue mobilization and not being spent in repetitive board meetings, Honorable Speaker. And again, the board also has subcommittees of the board that sit on a regular basis, and therefore it becomes too burdensome to ask board members to sit compulsory by law almost every month. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second and urge members to support this bill. It's a very straightforward bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Chepkonga, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll propose the question at order number 13, which is that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2026, be now read a second time. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 13, as is the mood of the House, which is that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2026, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Revenue Authority Act and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of the supplementary estimates 2 for financial year 2025-2026, general debate.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 17th June 2026, and section 39 of the PFM Act, CAF 412A, and Standing Order 243. 1, approves an increase of the current expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 7,619 million in respect of the votes contained in first schedule. Number 2, approves an increase of the capital expenditure for the financial year 2026 by Kenya shillings 10,618 million 23,911 in respect to the votes contained in first schedule. And 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 18,239 million 23,911 in respect to the votes.
Honorable Atandi, just go back kidogo so that the record is clear. After 2026, can you amend and read and pursuant to section. The word pursuant to is missing. And pursuant to section 39.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take it again.
Yeah, you can start.
That the House, I would like to move that this House adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 17th June 2026, and pursuant to Section 39 of the PFM Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 2431, approves an increase of the current expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 7,619 million in respect of the votes contained in first schedule. 2, approves an increase of the capital expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 10,618 million 23,911 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. And number 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 18,237 million 23,911 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule. And 4, makes the financial recommendations as contained in the first schedule. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that that the supplementary estimates were submitted just 2 weeks before the close of this financial year, and the committee had very limited time to go through the estimates, and therefore we did not have an opportunity to invite committee chairmen to appear before us. Honorable Speaker, the estimate seeks funding shortfalls in operations and maintenance, and also to strengthen support for critical security interventions during the financial year, and also to provide for programs that should be financed through development partner support. Honorable Speaker, it's important for the House to note that these supplementary estimates, the National Treasury has not issued or disbursed any funding under Article 223. Honorable Speaker, this is a very good disciplinary measure that the National Treasury has adopted, given that over the years this House has complained that National Treasury has been spending money which has not been approved by this House. Honorable Speaker, I just want to give highlights of some of the key votes that have been affected by the supplementary estimates too. And the first one, Honorable Speaker, is that there's 3.85 billion which will be spent by the State Department for micro, small and medium enterprises, and 1.9 billion which will go to the State Department for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and an additional support that will go to National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement. That is called NYOTA program. Now, Honorable Speaker, this program seeks to expand the economic opportunities and improve livelihoods for our young people across the country. Honorable Speaker, the second allocation is 2.3 billion for the State Department of Water and Sanitation. This money is meant to support the implementation of Mwache Dam project. Honorable Speaker, this is a very big water project in the coastal region, specifically in the Kwale area. And this project is funded by development partners. So this allocation actually is from development partners. Honorable Speaker, the third allocation is 3.5 billion, which is going to support our security operations and other security-related operations. Honorable Speaker, there is another 1.5 billion shillings, which is going to the State Department of Education to cater for the arrears for the administration of national examinations and assessments. Honorable Speaker, when we passed the main estimates, there was uproar that we had not factored in the funds that were meant to pay for those who helped us in the invigilation of the previous exams. Honorable Speaker, I want to report to the House that this money has now been factored in this supplementary budget which you are going to pass now. Honorable Speaker, we have another 150 million shillings, which is meant for the acquisition of broadcasting rights for the 2026 FIFA World Cup through the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Honorable Speaker, we have the other allocation, which is about 4.1 billion, Honorable Speaker. This money is going to Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund for the completion of AFCON training grounds. Honorable Speaker, we have many AFCON training grounds that are on construction, but we did not have sufficient budget to be able to complete them in readiness for the World Cup, in readiness for the African Cup of Nations. Honorable Speaker, we now have 4.1 billion which we are going to use to ensure that they are completed. Honorable Speaker, of course, the National Treasury has done some reallocations. there are some resources which they had budgeted for personnel emoluments, and they have since realized that those funds will not be spent. That is about 700 million, which are going to cut from their estimates. And then lastly, Honorable Speaker, we have other reallocations within National Treasury of about 1.8 billion. These funds are going to help us also in cutting the budget of National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, since this is a very, very small bill and the amendments to the bill, to the estimates are very few, I don't want to spend more time explaining the same. And therefore, I would like to ask my able Vice Chairman to be able to second. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move to second the consideration of the supplementary estimate 2 for the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, as my chair has put it, this is a very small supplementary that is affecting few departments, but offering areas where we were not able to factor in during the main budget. And these are areas where we're talking about areas in security. We are talking about areas where you find that there was initial disbursement for the Nyota program to our youths, and therefore they're expecting to get the second disbursement. And therefore this has been factored in, and we are hoping that when the youths get this money, they are able to engage in business. Honorable Speaker, we are also asking the ministry concerned to do monitoring and evaluation to make sure that the money is used to achieve the intended purposes, because some of the youths have not used the money for the purposes for which they were given to start small businesses. Honorable Speaker, also you find that there is 2.3 billion, which is to Mwachet Dam in Kwale, and this is a very important dam, Honorable Speaker, for the coastal region, especially for the people of Kwale, in terms of doing irrigation and also provision of water for their home consumption. Honorable Speaker, in this you find that they've also factored in the money for the invigilators. Every year you find that we have our teachers going to do marking of examinations. And initially, this house, when you are debating the budget, they expressed that the invigilators had not been paid. The marking of the examinations as we come into the next batch of exams, then this has been not properly taken care of. And therefore, in this budget, we want to assure our teachers that their money which they have for the marking of the exams, which they are already expecting, is going to be taken in. And we are hoping that before the close of the financial year, before the end of this month, they'll be able to receive that money. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I stand to second.
The Speaker did not fall. Let me now propose the question, honorable members. And I propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 17th June 2026, and pursuant to Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 243, 1, approves an increase of the current expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 7,619 million in respect of votes contained in the first schedule. 2, approves an increase of the capital expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 10,618 million 23,911 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Number 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2025-2026
by Kenya shillings 18 billion 237 million 23,911 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. And 4, makes financial recommendations as contained in the third schedule. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion for adoption of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the supplementary estimates of the year, financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has and the Vice Chair have articulated, this is a very last supplementary budget and is more or less a very short bill also, because the approvals being done, as I indicated, are not approvals that people are likely to get any additional exchequer. And therefore, it has actually no additional exchequer other than realigning, reallocations, because as we come close to the end of the financial year, there are realizations in certain departments that they may not be able, within the time left, be able to absorb some of the monies that they have been given, and therefore they seek to reallocate to other deserving areas where they will be able to absorb that money. Honorable Speaker, the only other reason why we usually do this very last supplementary is to include, or to rather to recognize, any additional A&As or appropriations in aid that may not have been factored in the supplementary one budget, and therefore where organizations that have capacity to generate A&A again have raised A&A beyond what they projected, and leveraging on technology, a number of our state agencies, and also following our enactment of the Government-Owned Enterprises Act. Many of the government-owned enterprises are now able to generate their own revenues, and the A&A that they projected at the beginning of the year surpassed some of their projections, and therefore we need to realign again our budgets to make sure that they're able to absorb any additional A&A within this financial year, so that we do not cross over into the year with misaligned budget lines where you have pending bills in some state departments within the same ministry and surpluses within other state departments within the same ministry. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this being a very short bill, there's nothing much to say, just to support and urge the House to support it, Honorable Speaker. And there's really nothing much to add. I support.
The Honorable Minority Leader takes precedence.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Supplementary Budget 2. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the prudent management of finances by the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, I used to be in this House for many years, where every financial year we used to have 3, even 4 supplementary budgets. This financial year we are only having 2. And this one is very minimal, and the Majority Leader will agree with me. But during last parliament and the other parliament, previous regimes, we used to have supplementary 1, 2, 3. There's even a time I think we went to 4. That tells you that the people who are running the Treasury today know what they are doing. They know their work, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the way to do. Even next financial year, we want to move maximum to 1 supplementary. Then after that, we just implement the estimates as it has been passed by the House. Mr. Speaker, these supplementaries bring disruptions to the implementation of the estimates. So, Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of needs crop up all the time in the middle of the year, but prudent financial management requires you minimize as much as you can the provisions for supplementary budgets. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was out of town, and I had some personal issues. I'm told my deputy sitting here was masquerading as a minority leader, Mr. Speaker. And I was really shocked when I saw in the evening in the news, somebody, I'm just holding him, because, there are no numbers here. As you are aware, ODM has gone out of Azimio. I'm trying to protect him, Mr. Speaker, and preserve him, but he is now an Amea Pembe. Now he's saying that he can be minority leader. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be led by a party with 20 members of parliament. That's very small. They cannot even be minority. They can be minority of the minorities. That is the place they can take. So next time, let us not have that kind of confusion in the House, Mr. Speaker. I am the minority leader, as you know, constitutionally, under Article 108. So, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy the House has passed the finance bill because there was nothing in it. It was just making and simplifying tax processes in the country, Mr. Speaker. This is, if, you are still living in the days of the finance bill of 2024, then you will be stuck there forever. The country has moved on. We are now, and now you can see the war in the Middle East is ending. Iran and America are making peace. Now the prices of petroleum products will come down. Life will be fine and inflation will come down. I don't know what people are going to say next, Mr. Speaker. So with those few remarks, I just wanted to reprimand my deputy that let him not attempt to do that kind of coup next time. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
I hope the answer will be checked. And if there is any such a representation on change on leadership of the minority side, it be expunged straight away because the House is clear under the Constitution on who the minority leader is. Yes. Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to also contribute and support the supplementary budget because, Honorable Speaker, among the proposed reallocations and additional allocations of funds are three very important aspects that I want to highlight. One of them, very important, Honorable Speaker, there have been many cries from Kenyans that people in this country have not been able to watch the ongoing World Cup because our Kenya Broadcasting Corporation did not have the rights. So what Budget Committee and the State Department have done is very, very important because now Kenyans across the whole country will actually be able to watch and follow all the World Cup games because, Honorable Speaker, you know how important soccer is to us. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is the additional expenditure towards preparations for our sports, especially for the upcoming AFCON, Honorable Speaker, because as we have seen the example of what has been done by the United States, Canada, and Mexico, as East Africa as well, we want to do a fantastic tournament when the AFCON comes. So allocation of this fund is very important for them to be able to prepare the stadiums and ensure that we are ready for the AFCON next year. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the other one that I really want to applaud is the additional allocation for the Nyota. Because, Honorable Speaker, we saw when the President was going around and issuing funds through the Nyota program, how helpful and beneficial this was to our young people. So an additional money towards that is very important because for the young people who got the initial allocation and were advised that once their projects become viable, then they will get more money to also to actually increase what they're doing, then this goes very well into encouraging and ensuring that this is actually implemented. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to applaud the Chair of Budget and the team and to support these additional allocations and reallocations of funds. I thank you.
The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe is recognized to contribute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to, on the onset, to appreciate the Committee on Budget and thank the Honorable Atandi for the good work he has done towards the supplementary estimates too. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak particularly on two issues. The issue of payment of teachers, especially, and facilitators of the examination. Honorable Speaker, having brought in this House the Kenya National Examination Council Amendment Act of 2015, the Honorable Speaker empowered Kenyan children not to pay examination fees towards NEC. It calls on the facilitators, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that the examinations are administered on time and examinations are not leaked. And Honorable Speaker, for you to do that, you should entice them by paying them on time. I want to make a request, Honorable Speaker, that whereas we applaud the government for putting into the supplementary 2, it is my request that next time, Honorable Speaker, we consider this payment in supplementary 1, because they will undertake the examinations on time, but we will not be able to know maybe at what cost in totality the entire cost of the facilitation, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to thank the government, but also ask that we consider next time in supplementary 1. Honorable Speaker, what also calls for me to appreciate the estimates too is the issue of Nyota. The country, Honorable Speaker, is outright with the youth. We have to call a spade a spade. The youth population, Honorable Speaker, must be considered. We must look at the youth with a very open eye, support their interests, and also make sure whatever we budget considers the youth, Honorable Speaker. And factoring the Nyota program, the remaining portion of the Nyota program, is a good thing. And we encourage the government to continue with that spirit, Honorable Speaker, such that we continue supporting the youth program through Nyota. Honorable Speaker, the final thing I've seen that is positive in this program is the facilitation of water program. What they've just put in, Honorable Speaker, 2.3 billion for the dam in Kwale is a good thing. Let us call a spade, Honorable Speaker. Many people say Kwale is near the ocean, so it has water from the ocean. That is not true. They deserve this dam, Honorable Speaker. As Kenyans, let them have this dam. And also, Honorable Speaker, now towards the main budget, let us also have the Kakamega Bungoma bulk water program implemented into the main program, so that even us as Kenyans can access water, and not just water, but clean water. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal is recognized to contribute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the second supplementary budget estimate. And Mr. Speaker, as was noted, the time was short. However, at our committee, we looked through and agree that the sector was not affected in any way. However, we noted with the concern that there may have been need to factor in Ebola preparedness funding. Even the ministry had noted that and written, but we had raised this with we have raised this with the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. They said that can be taken care of in contingencies, emergencies, and even 223 provisions. So we are satisfied with support, and we hope that that issue remains active, because it's something that the preparations need to be in time and done properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here to give a word on this supplementary budget too. Ironically, Honorable Speaker, as much as we want to be very, polite, supplementary budgets basically indicates probably some kind of shortfall or failure to plan properly in terms of what's supposed to happen. But nevertheless, our standing order allows it, our laws allows it, and we let the executive probably abuse that privilege, and we continue. However, Honorable Speaker, let me also mention a few issues. The issue of Nyota, I sit in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, where the State Department is domiciled for oversight, and indeed we raised with them that once after the first disbursement, the second disbursement was taking too long, and the youths being the kind they are, they were becoming receptive, and it was going to become a political hot nightmare for everybody. And that must be very clear. We appreciate that particular support. However, Honorable Speaker, there are two curious increases that probably the chair of the budget committee, budget and appropriation committee, will be kind enough to probably explain to the members and to the country as a whole, because, Honorable Speaker, there is vote 1017. That's the State House. The figure has increased by 1 billion. So at the end of this financial year, State House alone would have gobbled 18 billion. Probably with the fullness of time when he's replying, you need to explain what has necessitated such a huge consumption by the State House to get to that particular level. It is unprecedented in the history of this country, and it will be in the best interest of the country for them to explain exactly why that kind of expenditure has become necessary, because we have not seen any serious development, and I'm sure the Mbabatis that have been changed in State House cannot surely take up a whole 18 billion unless those long and endless,
Honorable Emmanuel Luangwe is on a point of order. Honorable Undo, you take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With all due respect to our Professor of Economics, the great member of Funyula, it is not in order for him to say, is he not, Honorable Speaker, to say a parapet wall is equal to Mbabatis? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Undo.
I really don't know what's out of order, because it's my contribution, it's my debate, so I don't know really what's out of order. Honorable Speaker, secondly, yes, the country is going to host AFCON, and we must move with speed to make sure everything is in order. But Honorable Speaker, the word outside there, and many of us are grappling to understand what is actually happening. Is the sports fund becoming another cash cow, so that at any given time, we're doing things that are not necessary? Honorable Speaker, look at the calculations. I think they're getting close to 4 billion additional funds. Of course, the question arises, between now and the end of this financial year, do we really have the capacity to absorb 4 billion? Between today and 30th June, do we really have the capacity to absorb 4 billion in various actual development activities? This is not recurrent. And probably also I would request the chair of Budget Appropriation Committee just inform the people. You see, now we are living in a transparent and accountable society. We need answers. We don't want to be seen that Parliament becomes a mere rubber stamp to release funds that cannot be absorbed and which cannot be accounted for properly. There are already integrity issues concerning the real cost of Talanta Stadium. Those are issues that remain unresolved. As a country or as a National Assembly, that's mandated under the Constitution to pass budgets after scrutinizing the same, to ensure there is value for money for whatever is spent. It pains many of us to see this kind of likely waste that's going to accrue. But nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, an increase of a whole 18 billion on this supplementary budget alone sends shockwaves given the short period of time left. Honorable Speaker, I would have actually expected much more, probably more priority areas. But nevertheless, as it is, let me conclude by to quote the Swahili saying, wengi wape, wachache wasikize. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to briefly support the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee that I am a member of for the second supplementary. Mr. Speaker, as has been explained by the chair and the leader of the majority party, the main purpose of supplementary 2 is to align, number one, the expenditures with actual revenue collections, so that as we cross the year, our books are balanced. Number two, we are also providing funds, especially where we have development partner funded projects, and the government has its own matching fund obligation. so that the matching fund obligations are also provided for, and that we have ensured is done. In terms of the monies that are being appropriated to the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, and which the Honorable Dr. Aundo spoke about 4 billion shillings. I think Kenyans, because it is an era of transparency, like he has said, these are monies that have been raised from appropriations in aid in terms of the monies and fees charged through betting. And these monies are being appropriated under the Sports, Arts and Development Fund to pay already certificates that are due for some of our stadiums.
The Honorable Undo, you know, you raised some fundamental issues around sports which are being responded to.
Mr. Speaker, if I may repeat, the 4 billion or so that has been appropriated under Supplementary 2 to the Sports, Arts and Development Fund under the explanatory notes, and I know that Dr. Aundo is capable of reading and understanding, are monies that have been collected between the period of the passage of the first supplementary and now from betting, and therefore appropriations in aid. And the monies are appropriated for purposes of paying certificates that are already due for stadiums that are going to be used for AFCON, both for competitions and for training purposes. And the stadiums have been appended, they are part of the supplementary budget, and therefore it is wild to allege that the monies that the Sports, Arts and Development Fund is a cash cow. Mr. Speaker, I support and I urge the House, now that the mood of the House is that we are in support of the second supplementary, that, Mr. Speaker, you may find it necessary to call the mover to reply.
The Honorable Jematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this report, and I also want to declare that I'm a member of this committee, like Honorable Mutuse. Mr. Speaker, this is a report of Supplementary 2 to align to the bigger budget, so that when we are appropriating, we are able to have our budget in line. Mr. Speaker, considering the situation in Kenya today, I want to speak about the Nyota programs and what the government is trying its best to support through these programs for our young people. The beauty about Nyota is that it gives you the skill as it supports you financially. Whereas we understand not everyone is going to be actively and able to benefit so much, but majority of the success stories out there is with continuous support through government, Nyota is going to give our young people a better skills and survivals as they push and try as much as possible to make ends meet. And Mr. Speaker, this budget also gives a wide equity into the country. If you look at the placement of the budget and even considering this estimates supplementary 2, we are able to bridge gaps where we were not able to give enough funding. And considering also the world support, World Bank and other organizations that is injected in this budget, I want to support, and I say this is going to be one of the most effective way to build this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable John Gitonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to support the supplementary budget too, Honorable Speaker, it's good to say that when this House is passing budget, it is passing money that has come from work that Kenyans are doing. Honorable Speaker, loans that Kenyans are borrowing, sometimes
with very painful interest rates, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I believe as we pass the supplementary budget too, Honorable Speaker, we need to look at places where there is over-budgeting, Honorable Speaker. There are places where, Honorable Speaker, people and ministries and parastatals are getting more resources than they need. And, Honorable Speaker, for the last few weeks, if you have happened to go to hotels in Coast, they were full to the brim, Honorable Speaker, while our MDAs are trying to utilize monies that have been allocated to them to meet the deadline of the June deadline, Honorable Speaker, for the financial year. And, Honorable Speaker, it has been a tough time for Kenya. It has been a tough time for Kenyans, for businesses, for mamambogas, and it is not the time, Honorable Speaker, for resources that come from taxes to be misused and mishandled, Honorable Speaker, especially opulently or extravagantly by the people that are using these resources. And it saddens me, Honorable Speaker, when we see places where Kenyans are getting low value for money, getting even additional resources, Honorable Speaker, in budget. And I know I am speaking on behalf of very many Kenyans. When we see increment in budgets for choppers, for State House, for office of the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, when, Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans cannot even get good health care, and they don't have, Honorable Speaker, resources to have even food on their table. And today, Honorable Speaker, because we have passed the finance bill, I expected this House to take a reflection journey of the changes that we have made in the financial systems that have pressed Kenyans in a very tough way. Honorable Speaker, when we came in, when this House got into power in 2022, we first increased and put housing levy. Honorable Speaker, on top of that, we added and increased the banding for payee, whereby people were doing 30%. If you earn around 500,000, now it's 35%. Honorable Speaker, we have also increased the NHIF, Honorable Speaker. I mean, the NSSF. People used to do 1,000, now it's 6,000, Honorable Speaker, for somebody earning 100,000. This tells you, Honorable Speaker, that we cannot sit here as a House and not discuss how these resources that we are now passing through the supplementary budget too are being used, Honorable Speaker. And you have read and seen, Honorable Speaker, as early as yesterday, we got the news that World Bank has denied the emergency fund for our country to caution our economy. It tells you, Honorable Speaker, that at some point we have to live within our means. We have to use what we are collecting. And, Honorable Speaker, I don't think, Honorable Speaker, that even when we are considering passing the status quo, we should have considered to have the finance bill of this year, making sure that Kenyans have some more monies in their pocket. Honorable Speaker, if you look at our collection in terms of revenue, you'll find that while the normal Kenyan has had it rough with having no resources and money, extra monies to use, it is only a margin of only 500 billion in collection between 2021 to the current financial year, Honorable Speaker. It tells you, while you are increasing taxes, what Kenyans do, they readjust and deny you even more taxes. So we need to reduce and put down the government recurrent usage, and also be prudent on our resources. We need to live within our means. We need to use, Honorable Speaker, what we have. But Honorable Speaker, we know that the House as it is today, and we have seen it in the morning, Honorable Speaker, and I wish Minority Leader was here. It is not that there is a problem with the people who are against passing of the finance bill. It is only that this House, as it is constituted today, the minority and the majority side are speaking the same language. When the majority says something, minority supports. Honorable Speaker, that is not how this House was constituted to work. It was
Honorable Mukunji. Order, Honorable Mukunji. Honorable Mukunji, we are debating the matter under order number 14. It's a motion for consideration of the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2025-2026. Could we just go back there?
Honorable Speaker, I have not left my trail of contribution.
Yeah,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mukunji, the majority leader is on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Just take your seat, Honorable Mukunji.
Honorable Speaker, first let me thank you for guiding the member for Manyata, Honorable Mukunji. But now that he mentioned me and the minority leader, that if he says something, I must support, or if I say something, he must support. Just to inform the member that this is a house of debate. And you debate based on your understanding of issues. And therefore, if I understand there is something good in a bill to support, and my colleague, let me not even mention my colleague, the minority leader, Honorable Mukunji himself, sees there is something good to support, or he says something good that I feel is good to support, I will support. But you see, Honorable Speaker, the problem is that some of us have taken this chamber as an avenue for propagating rumors they collect out there. And I said here yesterday, Honorable Speaker, you heard somebody say that the Finance Bill 2024 had provisions touching on land. Another one said they had provisions touching on Mitumba. And you could hear a select number of these members who congregated somewhere there raise the same issues, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the gallery, to speak to the people out there. This morning, Honorable Speaker, it took the person who was at the chair to correct the member for Chwele, he's called Honorable Kalasinga, who purported the finance bill had a clause 169. Sure. A bill that had only 57 clauses. Honorable Speaker, I had another one here yesterday telling us, don't tell us to point to a clause. We know, we are not fools. But I ask myself, if you are not a fool, then you should be able to read a bill and tell us this particular provision is contained in clause number 1, clause number 2, clause number 3. And therefore, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for guiding the member for Manyata to restrict himself to the supplementary estimates 2 of 2025-2026. Not to take us to that circus of just wanting to point fingers. I know some of you, like him and the member for Kajiado North, Honorable Bongokoyo, if they don't mention the leader of majority or leader of minority, their leaders out there will whip them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mukunji, you can be sure you are protected from any whipping outside there.
Honorable Speaker, I will just not respond to the majority leader, simply because there was no point of order. And he is just lucky that he got your eye and got a chance to contribute. But, Honorable Speaker, my contribution was rightly put that as we pass this supplementary budget, the finance bill is where these resources come from. And I was guiding this House simply and clearly that while we are passing these taxes, and while this House, the minority and the majority side, have combined efforts to ensure the executive have their way, they must not forget that they represent the people of Kenya. We are the only representative that have been given mandate to speak on the behalf of people of Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, I was saying, and I will repeat, that this House has a responsibility, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Jared Okello is on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I would want to correct this notion that only those who oppose the government speak for the people. Honorable Speaker, when a government is formed, be it those who voted for that government or those who opposed that government at the ballot, it then becomes one universal government for the day, Honorable Speaker. And to delude people into believing that there is a section that can only represent the wishes of the people to the detriment of those who are also in this House but are supporting the cause of government is misplaced, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have constantly, right from the onset, seen a kind of desperation here, where there are people trying to whip up emotions of the Kenyan citizenry, so that whatever they have planned, be it on the 25th, 26th, I don't know when, that it must have to be achieved by giving the wrong information to the populace out there, Honorable Speaker. We have a document that all of us have read. We do know that the government must also run its programs, Honorable Speaker, and it is not only restricted to the Republic of Kenya. Every government must mop up funds to run programs, be it a recurrent expenditure and development, Honorable Speaker. And when we have a document such as this that is before us, it has to be read with a tooth comb and critique where necessary, but only basing on facts and not conjecture, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it behoves all of us in this House who represent the wishes and the plight of the people out there to be factual. And that also helps our people make a deliberate decision, be it those who are in this House and those who are outside this House, Honorable Speaker. So I implore upon each and every individual here to restrict themselves to the confines of this document without necessarily being extra. I hope you will have your time, honorable members, that we do not have to be extra, without necessarily understanding the depth and the width of the document that is before us, Honorable Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, Honorable Mukunji, you have 1 minute to wind up.
Honorable Speaker, all these interruptions, you can see clearly, they are meant to just dissuade the alternative voice in this House. But Honorable Speaker, I'll still insist, and I've said we are not only the representative of the, but sometimes, Honorable Speaker, you have to remind this House. Honorable Speaker, in 2024, this House passed the finance bill. And everybody is aware that the population, almost 90% of this nation, was against that finance bill. It is the president actually that said is not going to sign. And this House had passed it. And Honorable Speaker, we cannot ignore this fact that at some point you have to remind the people that they are representative of the people out there. But Honorable Speaker, because I'm concluding, as we pass, we need to see and ensure that we don't over budget for some offices, so that we ensure Kenyans get value for money, and we put our monies where our mouths are as Kenyans. We don't need to have an increment in budget in places where actually almost sevenfold when you consider from 2021 to almost 2026.
Yeah, the Honorable Wandeto, the MP for Tetu, Honorable Geoffrey Wandeto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to contribute to these supplementary estimates, which seeks to increase the overall budget from 2.913 trillion to about 2.931 trillion, an increase of 18 billion shillings. And Mr. Speaker, the concern of every Kenyan is that out there, people are struggling to put food at the table. People are struggling to fuel their vehicles with the current increases in fuel and in the attendant cost of living. And Kenyans have generally been crying that they wish to see a government that is more responsible when it comes to expenditure, a country that lives within its means. Mr. Speaker, we have continuously seen what I would call an expansionist budget over the last few years, moving, I think, from a low of 1.8 trillion, I think that's where Kibaki left us, now to 4.8 trillion. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of this is coming with two costs. One, the widening budget deficit, which this year, and I know we are not speaking about this year's budget, is estimated to move to about 1.2 trillion shillings. And also the increased debt burden to the country. And I feel, Mr. Speaker, we could be doing a lot of things at the expense of the future generations of this country. And so as responsible leaders, Mr. Speaker, it is important that even as we think through the budget estimates, even as we think through the expenditure for this country, that we spare a thought for the ordinary Kenyan, and that we also apply our money to the areas that directly benefit our people. Looking at where the 18 billion is going, it's difficult, Mr. Speaker, to really speak to some measurable, direct benefits to the common mwananchi. We could make the president more comfortable at a better state house. We could build bigger stadiums, which are coming at a very huge cost to this country. But to what extent is that really benefiting Wanjiko, as we always talk about, the common mwananchi? Mr. Speaker, the other issue is our absorption capacity. Again, you find at the end of every financial year, you have money that was appropriated, but that has not been spent. So we also long for the day the chairman of the budget committee will come with a supplementary budget that is reducing. Because every time we see is an increase from the last estimate. When will we come and tell Kenyans that now we are ready to cut our cloth, according to our size? We are ready to live within our means, and that we are ready to start making sacrifices on some of these non-essential items. I've seen the office of the Deputy President has been added 100 million shillings. This is the same office that was that we were told, has overshot its transport budget because of the number of choppers that it has to hire or the frequency of those choppers. Mr. Speaker, you've also been told by the Anti-Corruption Commission that approximately 2 billion shillings, 2 to 3 billion shillings is stolen every day. So again, when I look at the 18 billion, is this theft for 1 week? Because if we are going to pass money, then it is stolen in a week's time. Because if 3 billion is stolen every day, the 21 billion will be stolen in exactly 1 week. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to think about some of these things. I brought to this house, Mr. Speaker, last week, and Mr. Speaker, I brought to this house. You can protect me from...
Emmanuel Wangwe is on a point of order.
Okay.
Just take your seat briefly on the Wandeto.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, will I be in order to ask my very good colleague, the CPA, Wandeto, to also mention that statistic is statistics as per the former president, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I can answer my chairman. The latest ESC statistics shows that the country is losing 783 billion to corruption. So you can divide that by 365, and my chairman, I know his phone has a calculator, it will come to roughly about 2 to 3 billion.
Honorable John Wandeto, just take your seat. The chair of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs is on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was studying Order 83. Honorable Wandeto is required to substantiate what he is stating as a matter of fact when he knows that he doesn't have the facts. Any allusion to 2 billion shillings being lost in a day was actually made by the former president, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. We have not had any other report whatsoever from anywhere howsoever that we are losing money on a daily basis and at what rate. So if he's drawing an analogy with that statement, he has to say so. If he states it as a matter of fact, we require substantiation because we do not have any facts of any allegation that we are losing 2 billion shillings less or more per day as he alleges.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to move on. And,
Honorable Wandeto, let me read for you the provisions of Standing Order number 91. At Sub-Order 1, it says, a member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. You've just mentioned that the country is losing 2 to 3 billion. Would you substantiate so that we go over the matter?
Yes, I would invite our Honorable Murugara. After this, he can come and I can show him the latest ESCC report. The latest ESCC report is also online.
Honorable Wandeto.
It is also online.
Honorable Wandeto, whatever you say before the floor is not for...
So, Mr. Speaker, can I offer to bring the data?
Don't interrupt the Speaker. Did you hear the word instantly? And that is what you are being required to do. If you cannot substantiate instantly, you withdraw that statement and you make it when you have the substantiation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I promised, I'll bring the data. So for now, let me withdraw the allegation, but I will come back to this House to bring the report. Because I know...
No, that is very much in order.
This is a setup. But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly...
Members, that is
2
very
weeks ago,
much in order.
last week...
No, just a minute. That statement is withdrawn and let it be expunged from the record. Honorable Wandeto retains his right as a member to make that claim as and when in the future he will be able to substantiate.
We will be able to substantiate, Mr. Speaker. But it would also not be honest for this House to say there is no corruption, wastage of public resources in this country. But we will deal with that data. But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, last week when we were debating the estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year, I brought to this House proposals, or I had proposed a reduction of the budget by 91 billion. Those proposals, Mr. Speaker, seems to have been lost somewhere. The Honorable Atandi and now are still looking for them, and maybe at the right time we'll be able to spend them. But, Mr. Speaker, generally what I'm saying is that as a country, this is the time to start thinking about the future generation, about reducing our expenditure, about cutting waste and unnecessary fat, because as a country we cannot grow, especially if we continue this expansionist with recurrent budget, even at the expense of a development budget. The other thing is that we are hardly meeting our revenue estimates. I heard the Honorable Mutunga saying we are adjusting this because we have realized we are going to meet the revenue. The year is still having 2 weeks pending. How did he know that we are going to meet the revenue? So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do a better job with these supplementary estimates. Thank you.
The Honorable Makali Mulu, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief. Being a member of the Budget Committee, I join my colleagues in supporting the supplementary budget, but I have to make the following observations. The originators of supplementary budget is Treasury, National Treasury. And with all due respect to this House, Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks to an end of our financial year sends the wrong signals in terms of planning and budgeting. I think into the future, Honorable Speaker, we should be firm as a House that the last supplementary budget to this House should be coming at least a month or two to the end of the financial year. We cannot stop it because it's a constitutional provision under 223, but I think 2 weeks to the end of our financial year, that is really not good for the House. The second item, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, and I think is this important, Honorable Speaker, I think members seem to have forgotten that the budget we are discussing, which is this year's financial budget, Honorable Speaker, had a huge budget deficit. And what has happened even over time, Honorable Speaker, many times I've talked about a moving deficit target. How I wish that some of these savings we are talking about through A&A and other amounts not being utilized would have been pushed to reduce the budget deficit so that we reduce our public debt, Honorable Speaker. Public debt is a huge problem in this country now where we are. We always keep on talking about it being sustainable, but I think we need to make a very deliberate move, Honorable Speaker, that we start reducing it. So with those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support it. But Honorable Speaker, also another statement of fact, Honorable Speaker. I think members have said here that I think by design, the architecture of this House is that you have a majority side and you have a minority side, Honorable Speaker. The expectation is always that the majority side might be carrying the voice of the executive. The minority side is expected to provide alternative voice to that voice of the executive. And in a situation where you find that in many cases, and Honorable Speaker, I want to challenge anybody in this House to tell me when is the last time we had the minority leader of this House giving different opinion from the majority leader, so that he can come and try to harass his deputy by saying that he is taking over his position. It is not taking over his position. It is stating things as they are, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makali, don't go back there.
No, Honorable Speaker, I think he's stating things as they are.
In fact, let me tell you.
But with those many remarks, I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Lastly, Honorable John Kagusha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to make my contribution to this supplementary budget. And of course, I have a few observations I have made. And for that reason, I want to oppose this supplementary budget. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the additional request for supplementary number 2, table number 1, vote number 1012, Office of the Deputy President, we are increasing his allocation at this late hour with 200 million Kenya shillings. Vote number 1017, we are increasing the allocation for State House with 1 billion Kenya shillings. Vote number 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, again on recurrent, is being increased by 1.55 billion Kenya shillings. Vote number 1281 on National Intelligence Services is being increased by 3.55 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, the total amount of money that is being increased 2 weeks before the end of the financial year is 6.3 billion Kenya shillings, and this is recurrent expenditure for the high and mighty of this republic. Honorable Speaker, considering that we have very many challenges in this country that we are facing as a people, it is unfair that this House should sit today to pass a supplementary budget that is increasing the comfort of the executive by a tune of 6.3 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, this would be the most unfair thing that we can do in this country. Remember, we have very many people who are suffering and are not able to pay their hospital bills. We have very many people today and schools that cannot run because they have not received their capitation. Yet, we have a challenge whereby we want to pass this kind of budget that is going to be for the benefit of the executive and the president and his deputy and NIS. Honorable Speaker, I also want you to draw your attention also to the way we have revised the revenue downwards by 153 billion Kenya shillings. And as we are doing this, you are increasing the budget by a whopping 17 billion. And clearly you can see the budget that you're increasing is giving 6.3 billion Kenya shillings to the executive. Honorable Speaker, by doing this,
yes,
we are now expanding our deficit.
Order, Honorable Gaguchia, somebody's on a point of order. The Honorable Member for Migori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, the member has just said that the increment is for the President and his deputy. I'd like to remind him that that office does not belong to His Excellency Ruto. That office belongs to Kenyans. So it's not a personal benefit to the President and his deputy. He needs to be very clear on that. And you know, just on a light note, Honorable Speaker, I have been in opposition. Let us oppose with sincerity, not just to make a name. You know, the way we are opposing things here, it's like we are doing a game. It's like for the television to capture you. I have been opposing in this house, but I oppose with matters that really concern one, and I say the truth. I don't just bring stories like this one of benefit to Honorable Ruto. How is he going to benefit? He has his salary. He's eating in his house with his wife, his salary. So there's no benefit directly to a person. It is to the office. So even your future president that you think might come will benefit on that note. Even the State House that has been renovated, it is not for His Excellency. I am still on His Excellency, Honorable Speaker. There's disrespect from the Honorable Member. I am on the floor. He's standing right behind me. It doesn't work like that.
Honorable Speaker. Order, Honorable Fatima.
Honorable Speaker.
I made my point, but also Honorable Speaker.
The member for Migori is not on any point of order, and she is.
Order, Honorable Gaguchia, proceed. Give the mic to Honorable Gaguchia, please. Prosecute the matter that is before you.
Honorable Speaker, there is no cure for ignorance. Honorable Member, when you see a member of the National Assembly starting to say that money that is appropriated for the State House is for the benefit of young kids and students who are in high school, who are waiting for the capitation that they have not received. Honorable Member, that's when you realize that member is extremely ignorant and does not understand how public finance plays out in this country. Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, the deficit for the...
Honorable Gaguchia, when the chair tells you order, you freeze. There is a member of parliament who is on a point of order. When you rise on a point of order, you surely would want to be given an opportunity to prosecute your point of order. Honorable KJ, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Yeah. And we must speak to members of parliament who are serving their first term to know that this house is guided by the standing orders. And the standing orders do talk about the manner of language that should be used, especially when addressing a fellow member. The lady that was on the floor is a lady elected by her people. And there is no way the people of Migori can elect an ignorant person to parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is a language that cannot be used among members in the House. And this must be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. And the discipline must be restored in this House so that we bring back the respect of this House so that it is not a shouting banter in the market. Mr. Speaker, that is very well specified in our standing orders, and if Honorable Gaguchia does not know which standing order it is, I can refer to him by standing order and the number of the standing order. He ought to withdraw and apologize to the Honorable Member and the people of Migori. We do not have ignorant people in this House, Mr. Speaker. I do thank you.
Order, Honorable Members, order. Honorable Member is on a point of order, and the chair is going to rule. Honorable Gaguchia, you indeed use the word ignorant to describe the Honorable Member of Parliament. Order! I am the chair. He is managing the House. He doesn't need any support from anybody. The Honorable Gaguchia, you did refer to the Honorable Member for Migori as ignorant. You with the order! Order! Order. Honorable Gaguchia, when the chair is addressing you, you don't stand. You sit down. Order. Order. Honorable members. Who is the one who said order? Honorable member, the word ignorant is unparliamentary. Please withdraw that and proceed on with your representation.
Honorable Speaker, I actually said that ignorance has no cure. And anyone who has found cure for ignorance might as well inform me so that I can know what that cure is. Honorable Speaker, I only say that ignorance has no cure.
Order, honorable members, if that's what the honorable... Order! Honorable Fatuma, you have had a long spell for you to prosecute your point of order. Allow other members of parliament also to prosecute their issues on this. Order, order. No. If you
thank you very much.
If he said, as he puts it, ignorance is no cure, he did not specifically say the honorable member for Migori is ignorant. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that protection. Honorable Speaker, I find that the deficit in our budget now has been expanded by 170 billion to 1.3 trillion Kenya shillings from 1.99 trillion Kenya shillings. And you also realize from this supplementary budget, the domestic borrowing has been expanded by 162 billion to 1.13 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, we are speaking from, or this country is now speaking from double sides of the mouth. When you say that we are not going to borrow, and then you see this kind of increase being done. Honorable Speaker, I propose this money that has been allocated in this supplementary budget to State House, to Deputy President's office, to NIS, to Interior, to the tune of 6.3 billion Kenya shillings. That these four offices are meant to spend this money within the next 2 weeks. Honorable Speaker, I respectively propose that that money be put on road construction, be put on capitation for schools, be put on medication for our people in hospitals, and be put on agriculture to subsidize seeds, especially now when we are going to planting season very soon, so that our people can benefit from these maneuvers that we do in our supplementary budget, rather than benefit a few individuals who seem to be enriching themselves, living large and comfortable lives at the expense of Kenyans who are suffering.
Order, Kaguchia, order. I am actually directing the clerks at the table. Every time the Speaker directs somebody and says order, if that person continues on talking, switch off the mic. That's the rule. What's your point of order, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On relevance, Honorable Speaker, and I was listening to the member for Mukurweini, Honorable Kaguchia. Just to remind him, we are debating supplementary estimates two. And if indeed it is true, ignorance has no cure, I don't know how we may cure some of what we are seeing in the House when you purport that you can now move money in a supplementary 2 budget, 12 days to the end of the financial year to benefit this and that group. Truly, Honorable Speaker, ignorance would have no cure in that case. And if ignorance has no cure...
Ignorance has cure because if somebody is ignorant, he gets informed or educated.
Honorable Speaker, you know, if ignorance has no cure, even the ignorant, you may not be able to educate them. That is why, Honorable Speaker, you have had some people say that this and that clause has this and that when it doesn't have, and when you challenge them, they tell us, don't refer us to the clauses in the bill. I just want the member for Mukurweini to remain relevant to the debate. Cognizant that this is supplementary estimates 2, not supplementary estimates 1. At the end of the financial year, 12 days to the end of the financial year. And if you bother to listen to the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, most of these are realignments and reallocations towards the close of the year so that you do not leave gaps in one state department against the other. There is no additional expenditure.
Proceed, Honorable Kaguchia. Allow Honorable Kaguchia.
Honorable Speaker, just a minute, Dr. Oudo. Honorable Speaker, arrogance is worse than ignorance. Honorable Speaker, this executive and this government has been misleading Kenyans by using Article 223 of the Constitution to spend money without approval of this House and come last minute to get approval. Honorable Speaker, that does not make it right either, Honorable Speaker. Why can't we be spending this money in the right areas of our economy? And so,
Honorable Speaker, as much as we are saying ignorance has no cure, Article 223 of the Constitution is an article of the Constitution of Kenya. And the drafters of the Constitution had reason to give us powers, or to give the executive powers, to utilize Article 223 of the Constitution. And therefore, if that article was not useful to the country, we would never have enacted into law in 2010 when we enacted the Constitution. And any expenditure that comes under Article 223 is up to this House to oversight whether those funds are going to proper use. I wish the member was speaking to those issues, but not telling us that Article 223
you made your point, Honorable Majority Leader. Allow the Honorable Kaguchia to make his point. Are you
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the Article 223 would have been okay if we were using it to help get medication and drugs in hospitals. If we were using it to build and construct roads, but not for hiring choppers, not for hiring jets, which have massage seats, not for moving from...
Honorable Atandi, is there a point of order? The chair of the Budget Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I know I will have my chance to respond when I'll be replying. But I just wanted to inform the House that for this particular...
You cannot inform the House. Do you wish to inform
I wish to inform the Honorable Kaguchia.
Honorable Kaguchia, do you wish to be informed?
That...
Be informed by Dr. Oudo.
Sorry,
not by the... Yeah, Dr. Oudo, please.
Honorable Speaker, let me reframe my concern. That
if it's a point of order,
yes,
and you want to...
Yeah, it's a point of order.
You want to clarify...
Yes, I would like to clarify.
Yes.
I would like to clarify that even though the majority leader has explained the purpose of Article 223, which is an act which is in the law, and we have used it before. But for the sake of this, for the sake of the matter before the House,
yes,
we are not regularizing any expenditure under Article 223. So therefore, the Honorable Kaguchia is out of order to be continuously talking about Article 223 as if it is something that is before the House. The supplementary bill before us, supplementary 2, SMS 2, has nothing on Article 223. So let him be informed. Thank you.
Honorable members, for purpose... What's your point of order? On order to who? Who is out of order? I know you can't inform him because his time is up. But order. Honorable Kaguchia, I give you half a minute more. But please be relevant and use your time properly.
Honorable Speaker, I want to clearly put it that the chair of budget has talked about Article 223.
Order. Do you wish to be informed by Honorable Oudo?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, when the Honorable Majority Leader was indicating, he misled the House. This particular supplementary budget has got an increase of 18 billion above what was approved in this House. Just wanted to go on record so that I inform him, because he was given wrong information. This supplementary budget has an increase of 18 billion and is stated here in order number 14 of today's stand order paper. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Oudo, for the information. Honorable Speaker, you can see the hypocrisy and the...
Order, prosecute your...
Honorable Speaker, the point is that the majority leader is the one who alluded to Article 223, what the budget chair is talking about. Honorable Speaker, the point is that we have 6.3 billion Kenya shillings that is being proposed in this supplementary budget for the 4 higher offices in this country. And that is what we are opposing, and that is what we are saying. We must remove this money and give it to the children of this country, use it to buy drugs, use it to construct roads, Honorable Speaker, because it is not right that we use a whooping 200 million Kenya shillings in the office of the Deputy President, a whooping 1 billion Kenya shillings in the State House, 1.55 billion Kenya shillings in the internal security, and in the National Intelligence Services, 3.55 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, this is wrong, and Kenyans must know how their money...
Time is up. Honorable Murugara. Yeah? Murugara, Honorable Murugara. Honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must always get these notions which are wrong out of the way. Number one, we are doing exactly what we are empowered to do, which is to approve a supplementary estimate brought to this House. The only requirement we need from the executive is exactly what is the purpose of that supplementary estimate. Where it turns on Article 223, this House would actually be informed accordingly and may ratify the expenditure or decline to ratify the expenditure. As far as this estimate is concerned, we've been informed that these are realignments. These are reallocations. Money that was budgeted for, but has to be moved so that it is in tandem with what the country needs. It is wrong for us, honorable members, to say one state department is not important, another state department is more important, while in actual fact, we do have budget allocations for each of these state departments. It cannot be said that the office of the president or state house is not important to this country. In fact, it is the seat, the unifying seat of the country is actually at the state house, in the office of the president. You can imagine how it would be if we were to treat that office with the contempt, as some members are trying to do, purely because they feel it is not in line with their political inclination. You can imagine what would happen if there is any of the state departments that is underfunded and therefore has to be funded through an alignment. As far as this is concerned, we have pointed out that internal security is an important facet of the country. This is where we find our security agencies, internal, and this money is going towards our police force, our GSU, and all those ones who provide us with internal security. NIS, there's no way this country can survive without NIS. We would be foolish if we did that, because we would be caught here unawares, not knowing what is happening in our own country. We've talked about other very important factors which are not being mentioned, like the Nyota program, a turning point to our youths in Kenya. And nobody whatsoever, nobody in this house would dispute the fact that the Nyota program is one of the most important programs in our country. Ask any other youngster who has benefited from this, and as they continue to benefit, because money is coming up in tranches, we cannot vote because a supplementary has come in to say some money has to be allocated to these youths. Therefore, we are doing what we are mandated to do under our constitution today. Ours is either to agree or disagree, but not to make proposals say that as we speak today, there is no money budgeted for health. While we know there is a budget for that at the national level, we have a budget for that at the county level. You cannot say roads are not budgeted for. In fact, it is inappropriate for this debate because there is a budget for roads here and at the county level. So, sincerely speaking, what we are doing today is to confine ourselves to what has been introduced by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And thank you very much, Honorable Atandi, because you went through this very quickly, absolutely, so that you can align it with what the House requires. This is why we are saying, in the remaining 2 weeks, for whatever reason, if there's any money that is going to be misappropriated or misapplied, that is our work. That is why it's called oversight. Pick it out, bring it here, and we shall deal with it in accordance with the law of the country. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I do support this report that we pass the miscellaneous appropriations bill.
MP for game.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion. I know my colleagues who have had contrary opinion. I've targeted the presidency, the deputy president's office, and NIS. And what is important, the president is so important for the country. And that's why the president of the Republic of Kenya today is in a meeting with the G7, when all African presidents are in Africa here, and talking on behalf of the continent. And more importantly, if you talk about National Intelligence Service, gentlemen, all of us, we are here safe and guarded because of the support of that agency. And that money is not for an individual, it's for the agency. So we should be wary of what we say because the public is watching us as leaders. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I rise on point of order 95.
Order. MP for game. Order. MP for order. The honorable members, why do you want to usurp the powers of the speaker? Order. Honorable CNN, the speaker does not need any assistance from you. Being a first timer, and somebody has been here and came into parliament in 1992 and has been a deputy speaker, what assistance does he need from you? Anyway, order. For the knowledge, for the information of all the members who are either first timers or do not understand. You can only rise on standing order number 95. If you have not contributed to that motion yourself, number one, and not as part of a contribution. With moment, so whoever wants to stand on a standing order number 95 can only do it if he has not contributed to that matter itself and feels the matter is properly addressed. Okay, order, you have already exhausted your time, just sit down. Are you on a point of order? Yes, proceed on the point of order, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want first to confirm that I have not contributed to this debate.
Fair enough, it's understood. If
much
you
as I would have wished to
the clerks at the table would have informed me. So
much as I would have wished to do so, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I want to stand under standing order number 95 into bracket 1. I have listened carefully to my colleagues, and Honorable Speaker, it looks like we are exhausting substance of discussions on this particular debate, and it is my proposal, Honorable Speaker, that the mover be called upon to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
yes. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. I now want to put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many of the people say aye. Aye. As many of the people say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank members for the robust debate that has happened on the supplementary estimates too. Honorable Speaker, I did not expect a lot of interest on this bill, but I'm grateful for the members. You have indeed demonstrated that this is indeed a budget-making house. Honorable Speaker, I just want to allay fears from members, some of the members who are questioning some of the allocations. Principally, Honorable Speaker, there are very, very, very important allocations that we are approving in this bill. First of all, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the allocations under sports, All of us are aware that we are soon going to host the AFCON, the African Cup of Nations. Honorable Speaker, this will require that the country is well prepared. We need to prepare the training grounds where the various teams are going to train. We also need to complete the stadiums where we are going to host the matches. Honorable Speaker, the funds that belong to the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund are funds which we collect from betting. In the recent past, because of the interest in sports, this fund has continued to grow. And in fact, the collections surpassed what we had budgeted, we had approximated when we were doing the revenue estimations. So in the process, we have been able to raise more revenue, and this is the revenue that we want to direct to the completion of these stadiums, so that we are indeed ready to host the matches. Honorable Speaker, we have allocations to Nyota. These are donor funds, Honorable Speaker, and donors are ready to disburse the funds as soon as we have passed the estimates. Honorable Speaker, there are just about 2 billion allocated to security operations. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, let us be aware that we should never compromise on the security of our country, and that should there be an incident that is ugly, we will be told that we did not appropriate resources to do the same. And therefore, I really would not support members who are saying that allocation to security is unnecessary. Yet we all want security. Even when we get out of Parliament, we will want to be safe. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this House should always support funds going for our security. Honorable Speaker, there was an uproar here when we were passing the main estimates for 2026-2027 that the arrears for invigilators who supported the exams had not been factored in the budget. I want to confirm, Honorable Speaker, that in these supplementary estimates, we have 1.5 billion which is going to be used to sort out the arrears of those teachers who supported the invigilation process when our students were doing exams. Honorable Speaker, this supplementary is very tiny. This country is running a budget of over 4.3 trillion. So an amendment of about 18 billion is not something that should cause us to behave as if the country is going to lose so much when we pass these limited adjustments. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I would like to move and I would like to reply. And I would like to reply and ask, sorry, thank you. I would like to reply, thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 17th June, the year 2026, and pursuant to Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order number 243. 1, Roman 1, approves an increase of the current expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 7,619,000,000 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Roman 2, approves an increase of the capital expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 10,618,023,911 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. Roman 3 approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 18,237,023,911 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. And Roman 5 makes financial recommendations as contained in the third schedule. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Yes. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 15, the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader, would you want to move that or you want it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the Committee of Agriculture who considered this bill and took it through very extensive public participation, because this is a very critical bill in a country like ours, which we pride ourselves of being an agro-based economy. Honorable Speaker, you members are aware that in an agro-based economy like ours, productivity, especially of our food crops, is very critical, not just in the matter of sustaining our food security, but also in ensuring that we are stable as a nation, because without food security, instability as a nation comes into play. Honorable Speaker, the provisions of this bill is quite a lengthy bill, Honorable Speaker, with almost 60-something, 75 clauses. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, I continue to re-emphasize the number of clauses in the bill, so that those like the member for Kobchai, the Honorable Kalasinga, who are purporting a finance bill has 169 clauses, and referring to a bill saying that clause 169 in this bill, and the bill had only 57 clauses, so this bill has only 75 clauses. So for those who are not very keen in reading bills, it's important that you go through every clause of a bill, so that as you legislate, you are aware what are the provisions of each and every clause in a bill. That is what good legislators do. Good legislators don't listen to propaganda out there, watch the things that are being said on TikTok clips, or what is being said on social media, then come to propagate that on the floor of the House. You make the House look unserious and actually expose your own sense of ignorance and lack of wisdom. I do not want to say foolishness, it is lack of wisdom. When you come to say things that do not exist, and you go out there and make the world believe that they exist. Therefore, this bill, Honorable Speaker, is repealing the Plant Protection Cap 324, which was enacted during the colonial government in the year 1937, principally to secure Kenya's agricultural value chain. And as I've said, we prided ourselves as being an agro-based economy. And indeed, being an agro-based economy, a lot of legislative interventions have happened over the years since 1937. But it's become important that we now relook at this Plant Protection Act that was enacted in 1937. And specifically, the bill seeks to modernize our structures to handle the rapid transformation that we are seeing in our agricultural sector and the global dynamics of agricultural trade. And I say the massive transformation in our agricultural sector because, Honorable Speaker, you remember 3 years ago, we were unable to feed ourselves. 3 years ago, we were importing sugar. If Kenyans have forgotten, sugar was trading at over 500 shillings a kg of sugar in our supermarkets. Our other food crops, like maize flour, was trading at 260 shillings in our supermarkets. Honorable Speaker, if you protect me from the member Joshua Kimilus, or someone who is shouting from his seat.
Order, Honorable Joshua. I'm not going to mispronounce your name again. So, yes, what's your point of order? What's out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I respect Majority Leader, but does he has powers to abuse me by calling me Kimilu? I'm Kimilu, not Kimilu, is an abuse. And I want Majority Leader to withdraw and apologize to me, because that's an abuse.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, you know, even himself,
Are you on a
he
point
seems
of
to be uncertain what his name is.
Point of order for KJ.
I do not seek to interrupt my majority speaker, but Mr. Speaker, in this house, we come from different parts of the country.
Yes.
And the speaker who is on the seat himself is on record being unable to pronounce the name of the honorable member.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, some of these are not things that we should waste our times about on the floor. I think, Mr. Speaker, the honorable leader of majority was on a great point about misinformation and heckling on the floor of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what he was calling you to is to call him out on heckling while members are contributing in the House, Mr. Speaker. And Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
I had said from the beginning, I will not make a mistake the way I made it last time. I know the honorable member is called Kimilu. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It may be difficult for some of us to pronounce names, but anyway, they are not important.
Well,
what
honorable
is more important?
majority leader, order. You are the one who You are the one who corrected me last time.
Honorable Speaker, last time when you mispronounced that name, he shouted from his place and you weren't hearing what he was saying, so I heard what he was saying. But anyway, I was saying moving on because names are not important in this case, especially if there is no value addition to the debate that we are on. Because we are on the debate of the rapid transformation in our agricultural sector. That packet of flour, maize flour that was selling at 260 is now below that 260 and below 200 shillings, Honorable Speaker, in the region of some brands 110, 130, 140. And that transformation, Honorable Speaker, has not come by mistake or by accident. It has been out of deliberate policy decisions that have enabled our investment, our huge investment into the agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, that investment, whether it is in the seed input or fertilizer subsidy program, which we just allocated another 19 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that this rapid transformation continues. So that those of us who are fond of inciting people around the price of unga, remember some time back there was an unga revolution, then we'll have to get an agenda for themselves to ride on. Just like you have seen, Honorable Speaker, today, unfortunately, there are a handful of members, about 14 members of parliament, who are trying to incite emotions in the country around the question of the finance bill, simply because they could not articulate clear issues that were of concern to the people in the finance bill, because some clearly had not read that finance bill. Therefore, the global dynamics in the agricultural trade, Honorable Speaker, I was speaking about, are also issues that touch on climate change, on the use of organic fertilizers and artificial fertilizers. And those global dynamics are changing in the way we manage our agricultural sector. And we must be cognizant of these things and be able to create legislation that speaks to the issues that people are addressing in the world. Because there are places today, Honorable Speaker, where people are insisting on only organic foods and foods that are used, are grown using organic matter. And therefore, part of what this bill is speaking to are these global dynamics in agricultural trade to ensure that we align ourselves and our country's agricultural sector with the changing world or the changes that are there in the world. And therefore, this bill, Honorable Speaker, equally repeals the act, that old act, to align with the current constitution and give clear roles to both levels of the government in the sector. Because when we enacted the first Act of Parliament in 1937, there was one unitary national government. Now we have two levels of government, the national and the county governments. And you are aware that the agriculture as a function of government has since been devolved to our county governments. And therefore, this bill seeks to ensure that we have a harmonized way of relations, or there is harmonization of relations between the two levels of government. And we have removed the historic regulatory duplication and friction that existed between our two levels of government. Therefore, the national government is being given its own mandate in ensuring that we retain border surveillance and international policy decisions. But then when it comes to managing of local plant clinics, building farmers' capacity, execution of on-ground pest management, that has been set aside to be done by the county governments, Honorable Speaker. But just pointing out the key objective of this bill, Honorable Speaker, it touches also on the management of pests. And many of us, because as I said, being an agro-based economy, many of us come from farming communities. And even if you are from Kikuyu like myself, where there isn't much food being produced on large scale, we have subsistence farmers who are growing crops. And we are all aware that invasive pests destroy close to 40% of our food crops globally every year. That all the food produced in the world, 40% of it goes to waste because of pests. And therefore, that makes this legislative proposal an urgent priority for our country to ensure that we have proper pest management control. And when I spoke about the global trade dynamics in agriculture, that also speaks to how do we manage our pests, Honorable Speaker. Because there are certain pesticides that we could use that then makes our food crops and our plants unable to access other markets in the globe. And therefore, we must ensure that even the pests that we are using, we train our farmers, and that's why I said even the two levels of government will have the international standards and international policy and border surveillance to ensure that people are not bringing in pests into our country using plants. That is why KEFIS is established to make sure that they control the kind of plants that come into our country, how we do disease surveillance and pest control, and also to ensure, Honorable Speaker, there is also surveillance of what pesticides are coming into our country and farmers are using. And that is why I say there is now a clear dichotomy of what will be the role of the national government in terms of formulating policy, aligning our policy with the international standards and international policies, border surveillance, whereas we leave the county governments to be the ones who are legally empowered to manage local plant clinics, build farmer capacity in terms of being able to educate our farmers to know what pesticides to use. If you are using organic matter in growing your crops, what organic matter can you use that will also not make sure that your food crops are able to access markets globally, not just locally. And also, of course, they will be the ones in the county governments being able to execute the on-ground pest management, because they are the ones who have extension officers on the ground. Honorable Speaker, the key objective of this bill, therefore, is to establish a very clear and comprehensive legal and regulatory framework or an institutional framework that will handle modern agricultural challenges. And specifically, the bill targets to do a number of things. One is to prevent the introduction or the establishment and spread of destructive plant pests in Kenya. As I said, it is possible that if we do not manage this space, people can introduce very destructive pests. And Honorable Speaker, not just pests, but also plants. Remember the case of the Madenge plant, which has made the people of Baringo and other areas, including northern Kenya, the hyacinth in the Lake Victoria, Lake Naivasha region, and I think also Lake Turkana, they suffered from the hyacinth. These are things that can come into our country and become a disadvantage to our food production cycle. And therefore, part of the targets of this bill, or part of the key objective of this bill, is to ensure that we have proper mechanisms on the introduction, management, and establishment of destructive plant pests in the country. Two, it also aims to fully institutionalize and facilitate safe international and local trade in plants and plant products. Honorable Speaker, you know, you've seen in many jurisdictions when you are walking out of your aircraft to the terminals, you are told to declare what you are carrying. And part of the things you are asked to declare are whether you are carrying any plants or seeds. And we want to ensure that even in our own country, Honorable Speaker, because I have not seen that at JKIA, we will now have a legal framework that will ensure that people are able to declare, so that even if it's a flower you are coming with from outside, you go to Tokyo and you find a beautiful looking flower or another capital city, and you want to carry its seeds or that plant into the country, you must be sure that you have approval from KEFIS. Honorable Speaker, this bill also seeks to formally align Kenya with global standards, as I said, by giving full effect to the International Plant Protection Convention, which we are a signatory to, and therefore we will use this bill to give effect or formally align our country to the global standards that we are signatories to, like that International Plant Protection Convention. The bill further seeks to effectively manage transboundary and migratory pests that threaten national food security. You remember, Honorable Speaker, like 4 years ago or so, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, in 2020 or 2019, there was an invasion of locusts. And I remember the then Minister for Agriculture, I think it was Peter Munya, telling people to photograph pests, the locusts, and send the photos to the ministry. Because we lacked that effective transboundary and migratory pest management system. Therefore, we want to create that mechanism so that the current Minister for Agriculture, should there be an invasion from any of our neighboring countries or from one country to the other, will not stand up to tell us, you take photos of locusts and send to the ministry, then we'll be able to establish whether it is a harmful one or the unharmful one. We will have a system now where you are able to manage this transboundary migration of any harmful pests, so that you're able to track them and know if there is an invasion of a harmful pest that would diminish our food crops or our plants, you arrest it in time. The bill also establishes a very comprehensive institutional framework that coordinates plant protection across both levels of government. As I said, this is a bill that is dealing with a matter that touches on devolved levels of government, and therefore, even upon passage in this House, we expect that it will go to the other House. Clause 7 and 8 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, designates the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, KEPHIS, that I had referred to, as a national plant protection organization. And by formalizing KEPHIS, Honorable Speaker, through this bill as our global inquiry and contact point, the bill ensures that the Kenyan agricultural exports command unmatched regulatory and trust across international markets. And this is very important, Honorable Speaker, because I said people out there who are sensitive to the kind of plants or food crops they are eating want to be certain that if I get tea from Murarandia Tea Factory in Muranga, that tea is grown in line with the international and global standards in terms of the pest control mechanisms that have been applied on the plants, in terms of whether people want organic tea or organically grown tea, that if KEPHIS has certified that, KEPHIS now is our reference point for this, and it becomes a global inquiry and contact point for our country, that any person out there can be confident that what has been certified by KEPHIS is in line with the international standards set out, and therefore this further strengthens our strength in the global agricultural markets, and we'll be able to have our food crops, our cash crops being able to access our international markets without having any non-tariff trade barriers because people are not certain whether you adhere to international conventions on pest control, how you manage your plants. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I think I could touch on is clause 11 to 14 that creates the specialized Kenya Technical Committee on biological articles and control agents to aggressively fast-track the risk analysis and registration of eco-friendly biofertilizers and organic soil conditioners. Because, Honorable Speaker, again, if we lack a system where we have such a technical committee that is dealing with biological articles and control agents, it is possible, and we have no system of doing risk analysis and registration of eco-friendly biofertilizers, organic soil conditioners. We could find manufacturers of some of these biofertilizers and organic soil conditioners producing things that may be harmful, 1, to our plants, 2, to our health, or 3, to our soil, and make our country or our soils less productive. And the only way to safeguard that is to make sure that we have a technical committee of biotech specialists who will be able to analyze whatever is coming into our country to ensure that the biofertilizers or whether it is soil conditioners that we are using first, are not harmful to ourselves, they are not harmful to our soils, they are not harmful to our plants, and they will not in any way interfere with the ecological balance of our agricultural productive areas or our soils, Honorable Speaker, because again, biological warfare in today's world is real. And you may find people who don't mean well for you, sending you bioagents or things that will come and spoil your soils, or even spoil the variety of plants that we are using as food crops. Honorable Speaker, I spoke about border surveillance and enforcement powers that I don't need to belabor, because that, again, as I said in the bill, has been designated to our national government, and the roles of the county government are also clearly stipulated. Honorable Speaker, Clause 44.1 and 45.1 collectively establishes the dedicated national and county plant health emergency response committees to provide a highly synchronized, swift crisis management structure where biosecurity breaches occur. Because, Honorable Speaker, case in point is that issue of locusts. This had nothing to do with biosecurity. It was just an invasive pest. But you remember those 4 or 5 years ago, there was absolutely no coordination between the county governments in Isiolo, in Marsabit, I think also parts of Laikipia, where this invasive pest came from, and the national government. That is why you had the minister then telling members of the public to take photos of the locusts. But if there was a coordinated way of working between the two levels of government, and that is what this bill is seeking to do in Clause 44.1 and 45.1, that you have a coordinated mechanism between the national and the county plant health emergency response committees, such that if there is any biosecurity danger anywhere within our country, the county government at the local level is able to arrest that, and they're able to coordinate with the national institutions to be able to arrest things before they become catastrophic to our food security or food basket. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this bill is very detailed. It's not one among the bills that people can come here to contribute to without having read. You know, the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, is very easy for people to contribute to, because they can come and say all manner of things without reading the bill, without ascertaining what they have had out there is in the bill. That is why you had a very serious leader, or a leader who ought to be a very serious leader in this country, purport that the finance bill had a clause that was converting all leasehold land. Imagine including my small piece of land that is freehold. He purported that it was going to be converted into leasehold. And you know, I pitied my good friend and learned friend, because he's a senior counsel, he's a lawyer, he's a former vice president, he purports to be a presidential candidate. But you know, when you are a presidential candidate, leave alone a presidential candidate, when you aspire to be anything, anywhere, or to lead anyone, anywhere, you must have your facts on your fingertips. And all it takes is simple reading, Honorable Speaker. This bill is very massive, as I said, 70 plus clauses. The finance bill was only 57 clauses. Only 57. I felt very embarrassed, Honorable Speaker, yesterday when I sat here and listened to people speak about issues that were not in the finance bill. I have seen the same people misinforming members of the public in a press conference out here, telling people things that are not in the finance bill. I am waiting when the House Business schedules the committee of the whole House to see how these shameless people will treat Kenyans. Kenyans are more intelligent now, Honorable Speaker. Kenyans know that some years back they were being misled to believe that when a bill goes through second reading, is a fait accompli, that matter has been closed. Kenyans were made to believe that when you finish second reading of a bill, you don't need to amend. That is why we are being told, reject the entire bill, don't amend. But now we must continuously educate Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, to know that when we debate a bill like this in second reading, we are speaking to the pros and cons of what is contained in the bill. But the committee has also done extensive stakeholder engagement. And if you read the committee's report, you see they engage with the State Department for Agriculture, with KEFIS, with industry players, including manufacturers of our agro products, agro-based, those biofertilizers, soil conditioners. They have engaged with research institutions, serious research institutions like CARO. They have engaged with people like Kenya Seed, who are producing seed, and other seed growers, private sector players, agrochemical associations, so that we inform our debate or the legislative pieces that we enact in this House with facts, with proper data, and the same goes with the finance bill. We go out to the public to listen to their views. The committee tables a report that informs our debate. And therefore, as serious legislators, as serious leaders, elected by the people to come and represent them, the best we can do is just to take 10, 20, 30 minutes of our time to go through the executive summary of the committee's report when it is tabled. To get a bill like this, Honorable Speaker, and if you turn to the back of the bill, it speaks to the memorandum of objects and reasons. So I get very ashamed, Honorable Speaker, when a member of parliament stands here and purports that in a bill like the finance bill that was reducing VAT on Mtumba from 16%, taking it to exempt, you are telling Kenyans they are taxing Mtumba. You are not telling Kenyans the truth. That Kenyans pay 16% on their Mtumba when they import it. But because it is easier and more convenient politically to speak to the gallery from the floor of parliament, you want to abuse that. You may look intelligent when you are abusing that here. But when people discover the truth, you look very foolish. And we must safeguard our integrity and the dignity of this House. Because I want to believe every member who is elected into this House is elected as among the best in the areas they come from. Therefore, you must exhibit that. When you come and tell us in the House, like the member for Kabuchai, that clause 169, what are you telling us about the people of Kabuchai? The people of Kabuchai have produced very serious scholars in this country. You can imagine a senior counsel like the Speaker of the National Assembly is from Kabuchai. Therefore, that cannot be a reflection of the people of Kabuchai. And I must apologize to the people of Kabuchai. I must apologize to the people of Kabuchai. Because they have serious leaders, serious people who can help, serious scholars who can read a bill and say this bill has 57 clauses, there is no clause 169. You know, I had the member purport that we are moving, rental income tax is being moved from 7.5 to 30% based on Schedule 3.
What's the point of your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is a majority leader in order to use the platform to start campaigning for colleagues here by saying he's apologizing for the people of Kabuchai, which is not important, Mr. Speaker. Can he concentrate on the bill, Mr. Speaker, because we also want to contribute, but to stop trying to decampaign colleagues here in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, you know that is not a point of order. If I wanted to decampaign Joshua Kimilu, he knows I can, and he knows what I can say about him. And if he wants me to say it, I can say it, Honorable Speaker. Because for sure, I am sure he does not know what is contained in this bill even now. That is why he is not even paying attention to what is being said. You know, Honorable Speaker, I had people being told, be in the House and call division on each and every clause. And you know, unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, when they attempted to call for division this morning, they could not even reach the numbers. These are people who are being led by more people out there than the members of parliament they are leading in here. But when you want to call for division on any of these 75 clauses of this bill, Honorable Speaker, at least do some basic research, some easy reading. Read the report, say what members of the public have said, align whatever you want to amend with what is being said. You know, we have very serious legislators in this house. When I see a legislator like the incoming governor for Kitui, Makali Mulu, serious legislator, who you will never see engage in superfluous things. When he moves amendments, they are based on what he has done actual research. And I say this because I worked with the Honorable Makali Mulu in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. That is why you will not see Makali Mulu engaging in the theatrics that you saw here in the morning. Or in press conferences purporting there is a clause 169, rental income tax is being moved from 7.5 to 30% when it does not exist, because he knows the truth. And he's an expert, a finance expert. In another life, Honorable Speaker, if I was the president, I would favorably look at Makali Mulu as an expert. Honorable Speaker, I was saying this in conclusion because this is a very important bill. Very, very important bill. But Honorable Speaker, you will see they are not here. And members know who I'm speaking about when I say they are not here. They cannot be here because this, you cannot use it for politics. But they thought the finance bill is what you can use for politics. But this touches on the lives of the people of Kenya. Not just farmers, but even the consumers of food. Look at the prevalence of cancer in our country, Honorable Speaker. How do we ensure that we have biosecurity in terms of the conditioners that we are using for our soils, the biofertilizers that we are using, that we don't use those that are carcinogenic, Honorable Speaker, but not the carcinogenic wheelbarrows.
Biosafety.
Matters biosafety. How I wish we were more members of parliament here to contribute to this debate. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and I want to urge those of you who are in this house at this time. This touches on the safety of the food you eat, our food security as a country, and our health as a people, and our relations with other countries in the global agricultural trade. Therefore, I want to beg that you support and urge Kenyans to also support this bill, as I thank Kenyans in a very special manner. And allow me to do this, Speaker, because it is out of this debate. Allow me to use this opportunity to thank Kenyans in a very, very special manner. Because when those in the opposition attempted to incite Kenyans against the 2026 finance bill, Kenyans have taken their time, they have cross-checked facts against what is in the bill, and even when their leaders were misleading them, I thank them because they have been able to call them out. I thank Kenyans who have called out those who came to incite them on the floor of parliament without even knowing the color of the bill, or knowing how many clauses were there, or knowing what was contained in the 57 clauses, or knowing the import of what was in the schedules. Because as I said, when Joshua Kimilu interrupted me on a point of order, the member for Kabuchai was alleging this morning that if you go to the third schedule, the only thing I see there is 30%. And he shouts, 30%! 30%! Can you imagine? Honorable Speaker. You know, I was watching that, Honorable Speaker, from my office. And I said a quiet prayer for the people of Kabuchai, that God may favor them. God may see them through. even when they have leadership like that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move. And I want to request the very other serious expert in agriculture, serious legislator, second-term member of parliament, the Honorable Justice Kemei, to second this motion.
Proceed, Honorable Kemei.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity for me to second the bill. And on the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Leader for the remarks he has given in this House and for the very, very good compliments he has given about me. Mr. Speaker, I want to first begin by saying, as is required of the Constitution of this country, we had to subject this legislative intervention to the experts and to the people of this country. It's a very critical bill, and therefore it requires that Article 118 is fully observed. Mr. Speaker, we began this exercise in August 2025 as the Departmental Committee for Agriculture, and we received various presentations and various memoranda on the bill. Quite a number of the contributions by stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, we've incorporated in this bill because public participation should not be an exercise in vain. It should be an exercise that enriches this legislative function of the August House. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader has singled out KEFIS as the institution which will be the reference point when it comes to production, when it comes to science, when it comes to trade and issues related to all plants that we produce in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have quite a number of institutions involved in research, involved in science, in plant production. We have National Biosafety Authority, we have CALRO, we have very, very many institutions. Mr. Speaker, for anybody wishing to trade with Kenya, we thought it wise as per the international conventions that KEFIS becomes the only reference institution so that they don't have to go left, right, and center. KEFIS, on the other hand, would then be required to acquire all the information related to research, related to production, related to technology, and then supply this information to the people we are trading with at the international space. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader said we are dealing with food production in this country. It is not produce that will only be used for food security in this country. We must occupy the global trade stage with products from this country. And designating KEFIS as the single institution will make sure that whoever has queries about any crop in this country can then go to KEFIS and get the required information. There are issues, Mr. Speaker, like traceability. A person consuming a product in London, for example, would wish to know that this product comes from where in this country, is produced by which farmer. That traceability aspect of trade should be, should be the responsibility of KEFIS, so that KEFIS can be able to acquire that information and make it available at the trading environment. Mr. Speaker, we cannot divorce science, we cannot divorce research from today's production. Any scientific move, any research, any technology that is used for production in this country is technology that must be recognized when it comes to trading with any plant that we produce in this country. And the critical aspect of it is that whatever we produce must be safe for human beings and must also be safe for animals. It must also be healthy for our animals, and it must also be healthy for human beings. Mr. Speaker, I want, as we are doing this legislative intervention, I want to really appreciate the role that the stakeholders did. What we received from the stakeholders greatly enriched this bill and make sure that whatever we are producing, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day is a document for posterity. I'm seeing across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, a member of parliament who helped us do the Sugar Act in this country. the amount of research that went into it. And I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, that I participated keenly in the production of the sugar bill and in its conversion into law. I want to appreciate the role it did. The stakeholders also gave us so much input when we were producing that bill, Mr. Speaker. We must also appreciate them. Mr. Speaker, that will not end there. The office of the clerk, your office in particular, did give us the opportunity to go out there and speak to the people of this country. We want to appreciate your office, we want to appreciate the office of the clerk, because we were given the required support so that when we come to the House, we're coming to the House to give out a substance of great involvement of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, as per the International Plant Protection Convention, we are saying the representative of KEFIS in any international convention, the representative of this great international institution in this country is KEFIS. And I want to ask KEFIS that today we're going through times when we have pests, when we have pesticides, when we have other harmful production techniques, that KEFIS must now be fully on the alert, because we're putting Kenya on the international trade environment, and we must be correct when it comes to the things we're doing. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the objects and the reasons for the bill. That has been ably put by the majority leader. But I want to ask my colleagues in the National Assembly that this bill is probably one of the most critical bills that we've produced in the 13th Parliament. Look at them very closely. I want to invite the Honorable Joseph Wekesa Simiyu Majimbo Kalasinga to also read closely this bill. Those are his names. The Honorable Joseph Wekesa Simiyu Majimbo Kalasinga, to read this bill very, very critically, because it affects production in Western Kenya, and he should be able to make a pronouncement on this bill if he has read it quite widely. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor. There are very many of the 75 clauses. The majority leader has gone through them, and I'm sure at some point the Agriculture Committee will be able to make more contributions. The entire team, Mr. Speaker, is in Mombasa at the moment on duty. So I'm the only one remaining behind, as is required. You cannot get all members of a house or all members of society to be out at any given time. I've been asked to remain behind so that I can be able to provide some input in this bill. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of the year 2025, be now read a second time. The Honorable Kimelu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this important bill, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before I make a few contributions, I want to say that these bills are very important to our country because these are house of laws. And Mr. Speaker, when we come with a bill here, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for us as members to read it critically and know as we contribute what, Mr. Speaker, we meant to our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this is not a bad bill, plant protection bill, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, as a country, Kenya is an agricultural country, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, anything improving production in this country, Mr. Speaker, as a legislator, Mr. Speaker, we also need to see how we can improve and how we can support it, Mr. Speaker, in one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. Although, Mr. Speaker, when I went through the bill, I saw some areas whereby during the Committee of Our House, I raised some changes, Mr. Speaker, to the committee, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, sometimes technology in farming, Mr. Speaker, is very important in this country. And when we are improving issue of technology, because now where the world is, Mr. Speaker, we also need to catch up with the whole world, Mr. Speaker, so that we can try to make increase our production, Mr. Speaker, because as a country, Mr. Speaker, if we can be secure, we can be food security in our country, Mr. Speaker, I think some of the issues we are talking and some of problem we are facing, Mr. Speaker, can be sorted out, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of some of the low earners, like the farmers in the villages, they are suffering of pesticides. And a way of improving on pesticide control, Mr. Speaker, with the technology, Mr. Speaker, also it can also help our farmers to increase the yield, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to say is to say that I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the bill. And the bill has a very, very good clauses, which, Mr. Speaker, I think is important for this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, KEVIS we can say is a high to agriculture in this country. And some of these things like we have pesticides control, Mr. Speaker, in the country. But, Mr. Speaker, some farmers are complaining because you get that we have the original pesticides, which are doing a very good job in the pesticides control. But, Mr. Speaker, because of the poverty and problems in our country, Mr. Speaker, we are getting other people who are doing shorty jobs in between and come up with pesticides which are not helping, Mr. Speaker. And we need to have a good control, Mr. Speaker, of these to the farmers, because if a farmer can invest millions of money in his farm and get it wrong, Mr. Speaker, it can be a big harm, Mr. Speaker. We have, Mr. Speaker, fertilizers. And, Mr. Speaker, fertilizers, as you know, in our farmers, Mr. Speaker, is doing a great job because if a farmer gets his rights on planting, Mr. Speaker, he is assured of getting a good yield at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. And that can also help our farmers, Mr. Speaker, to improve on their earning and also make their daily bread, Mr. Speaker, for one day, which is, Mr. Speaker, the way as members of the parliament, we also need to think on how we can do this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we were talking of finance bill, Mr. Speaker, and there are so many complaints on the finance bill which we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, some of these issues cannot be solved by pressing Kenyans to dig on their pocket, Mr. Speaker. But if we can come up with a formula whereby we can concentrate on, first, Mr. Speaker, improving agriculture in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think even looking money to, for our budget, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can come up with such bills which are touching the common mwananchi, Mr. Speaker, which are helping those even local farmers who are down there, Mr. Speaker, including the government itself, Mr. Speaker, I think we can be able to stand on our own and try to avoid even borrowing in this country, because borrowing in this country is becoming a headache to Kenyans, because the debts, the huge debt we have in this country, Mr. Speaker, we are the one to pay, and our children, Mr. Speaker. And we also need, this is the high time we need to start thinking on now we can avoid borrowing in this country, Mr. Speaker. When this government was getting in, Mr. Speaker, they promised that there will be no borrowing in this country. And I'm shocked, Mr. Speaker. It is borrowing day and night, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we also need to sit down and go back to a drawing table and see, Mr. Speaker, how we can come up with a government which can stop borrowing in this country, Mr. Speaker. And one way of doing it, Mr. Speaker, is trying to do things which can improve agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I go back to Kambani, I see there is a Thoke Dam. Thoke Dam can feed this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if we could have concentrated with this dam, Mr. Speaker, and come up, because we have good soils in our country, Mr. Speaker, and do a serious farming, do a serious agriculture in the country, Mr. Speaker, I think we can come up with a solution whereby, as a country, we can stand on our own without even borrowing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not problem with the bill, Mr. Speaker. What I have some amendments which I'll come up with during the committee of the whole House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. That's what I have for now.
Honorable Murugara, followed by Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is very useful today for this House to be debating such a very important bill touching on the safety of Kenyans in relation to the flora of this country. As constantly we defend animals, the fauna, we must also know about our flora, which is a source of food, a source of life, because of the air we breathe, and also the greatest saving environment, which is very important for this country. Just before I begin, it's good to give the examples given by the leader of majority, when he has ably moved this bill, and I'm grateful to my neighbor here, Honorable Justice, who has seconded it so well. We have a plant in northern Kenya and northeastern Kenya known as Mafenge. Mafenge is said to be named after Isaiah Mafenge, a former administrator for this country. I cannot remember whether he served in the northern side of Kenya and northeastern, but he said that he actually went to Israel. He found this plant sprouting in that country. It's a very nice canopy, evergreen, and he thought this was the solution to our problems in the arid northern Kenya. So he brought the plant here without any studies, without any form of authorization. He just brought the plant, planted it, and it started doing very well. Little did we know that this plant, once it starts generating, it doesn't stop. It actually colonizes. Number two, it has no shade because it has very sharp thorns. If it pricks you, you instantly develop gangrene, and you're likely to find yourself to the grave unless you have an amputation. And when the animals consume it, especially the seeds, they lose their teeth. So it's such a dangerous plant that is now spread across our northern region of the country, and we possibly do not know what to do with it. I'm not so sure whether it is useful in firewood, it has any other use, apart from what Isaiah Mafenge imagined that time. If it were today, and we had such an act of parliament, he would not have done what he did. Hyacinth is another one. Nobody knows how it found its way to Lake Victoria. It is said that somebody came with it from the side of Kagera. Others say it flowed naturally. But we have a problem with hyacinth in Lake Victoria. But interesting enough, somebody from that area must have come with some shoot and throw it into Nairobi Dam, the famous Lake Nairobi. And a while ago, it was all covered with that plant. The dangers of not having plant protection and the plant control. Another example we can give as we debate was in the Kalahari, the cactus, which is also found in the arid regions of this country. The cactus, especially that of the Kalahari, produces a very succulent fruit, which the sun and the koi That's their better name, I think, today, with their different names that time, which those demeaning people used to call them. No, they were called the Bushmen. Today they are called the San and the Khoikhoi, the Khoisan. Now, they discovered the use of the cactus fruit. It cures hunger pangs. And therefore, they have been eating it ever since for their subsistence, without any form of plant control and protection. The whites from America studied this plant, discovered that, in fact, what cures the hunger pangs is extremely rich concentrated starch. And therefore, they took the plant to their country, pretending that they were going to study, but it's now confirmed that they have it over there for starch manufacturing. So, to avoid such piracy, and to ensure that our country is not invaded with plants that are undesirable, it is vitally important that this House passes this bill. This bill has biosafety as its aim and objective. It has also biosecurity, which is extremely important. But also, most important, towards the end of the bill, you find that it deals with pesticides and possibly insecticides. As we continue to grow various crops in this country, properly indicated by the leader majority, we lose up to almost 50% to pesticides, purely because we do not have a proper way of controlling those pests. This act, with the provisions it has, will now ensure that the government puts into place mechanisms to ensure that pests are dealt with and that we actually have gains from our agricultural production. Most importantly, let's look at what we are importing. Leave alone suppression of noxious and invasive weeds or plants. We also have management on toxics, which are actually brought to this country in the form of insecticides or pesticides. We know very well that it is said that we continue to use some of the pesticides that were banned in the European countries and in the Americas long time ago, purely because they were discovered to be dangerous to human health. It is also said that even some of the drugs we use on our livestock and possibly what we use to spray our crops are banned in those countries. As a result of which, we rear our animals, we cannot export their products because we have used those drugs. We grow our very good crops, we cannot export those crops because we are told they do not meet the standards because we have used pesticides that are banned in those countries and therefore they do not qualify. Time has come for us to wake up as a country, to put in place mechanisms to ensure that all our plants are protected. That's number one. Number two, that all our products are also protected and are fit for market and human consumption. Because when these countries tell us we cannot export our crops and our animal products, when they say that is not fit for human consumption, what happens in the country where, without much care, without much ado, we consume those products without questioning? This is the reason we have prevalence of diseases, including the killer cancer, worse than any other disease known to mankind. And for sure, whether we like it or not, cancer is attributable in most cases, to what we consume. Therefore, this law, which replaces an old archaic act, which was used by the colonialists those days, is now what we should enact so that we have plant protection to safeguard our biosafety and our biosecurity. I beg to support.
The Honorable Wangwe, followed by the Honorable KJ.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me on the onset to support this bill, the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this bill is really overdue. In the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker, while I was serving the Committee of Agriculture, we tried to come up with a similar bill, but it was overtaken by another bill on phytosanitary, a bill on phytosanitary that went through the House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we felt that that bill would address the issues that were bedeviling the importation of pesticides. But indeed, it was not. Honorable Speaker, KEFIS, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, as it is known, is one agency that has really been empowered through this bill to address the issues of plant health, so that, Honorable Speaker, we really have to know why address the issue of plant health. Honorable Speaker, KEFIS, in a layman's language, I want to call them doctors. In human life, they are the doctors of plants. So they diagnose what the plant consumes and what is likely to bedevil the plant as and when it grows. And Honorable Speaker, what you eat ends up building your muscles. If you eat something that is not good, your muscles will also have the same danger. And similarly to plants, Honorable Speaker, through infusion, what goes into the plants equally ends up being the same substance that matures out of it. As you know, Honorable Speaker, we eat or consume vegetables. And indeed, vegetables are leaves, meaning, Honorable Speaker, they are made of the input. So if you have given wrong pesticides into those plants, Honorable Speaker, definitely the green that you are getting out of these vegetables automatically becomes not healthy for you. Therefore, it's important, Honorable Speaker, that we really look at this bill as a solution to what is likely to happen when we enforce it, Honorable Speaker. Why do I really support this bill in that direction, Honorable Speaker? A few years back in this House, we had a very heated debate arguing on the importation of pesticides that had been banned, Honorable Speaker. And allow me to say, God rest his soul in eternity, the late Honorable Jacob Midiwo really fought hard to make sure that the importation of bad pesticides were not entertained, Honorable Speaker. There came a time, Honorable Speaker, that the European Union banned the entire cachet of pesticides. But because of our convention, because of not having the right laws of Kenya, we were able to see or access those pesticides on the soil of this country. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, what we consumed was not good for us. Therefore, it ended up that most of us, Honorable Speaker, could be subjects of cancer because those pesticides in overseas, Honorable Speaker, they were not entertained. Today, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, the Honorable Wycliffe Ambeso Oparanya. He has given us a chance, Honorable Speaker, to now start planting coffee in the Western region. As part of the success on how to grow coffee, Honorable Speaker, you look at the market and you are given choices to choose. Do you want to grow organic coffee? If you choose yes, this structure is so detailed, Honorable Speaker, that you have to mention what chemicals have you been using. You are not even supposed to touch any chemical as you produce organic coffee. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, it is out of this research that bad pesticides are on our counters, that the West, which imports our coffee, is cautious. Meaning they don't want to consume anything that has been sprayed with pesticides, Honorable Speaker. Meaning you now end up producing coffee that is not organic. Meaning you have to spray, using pesticides, and that way, Honorable Speaker, even if you get grade A coffee, it does not fetch as good money as organic coffee. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is my considered view that we really support this bill so that we give teeth to KEFIs, to oversight, to check and ensure that there is no availability of pesticides in this country that is not tested, is not in line with the health of our products, Honorable Speaker. The West, Honorable Speaker, has embraced GMO, which to us might not make that much sense in terms of who we are, because we have enough land, we have enough space for production of organic food. But there will come a time when we don't have enough land to produce organic food, and we want to do GMO. But still, with the GMO, Honorable Speaker, they would want to really be cautious with the pesticides that are applicable so that they produce the right input in terms of their food. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, having had Calro with us, which is an equivalent of KEMRI, Honorable Speaker, I consider Calro as a research organization that undertakes any kind of development in terms of research of plants and animals, Honorable Speaker. But now, KEFIs being the doctors of the plants, I look at the two organizations, Honorable Speaker, working closely together so that we have a very robust environment which can support the plant health in this country. Honorable Speaker, looking at the structure of the bill as it has been made, Honorable Speaker, I want to impress and suggest that all this will be achieved, Honorable Speaker, if we support the Committee on Agriculture to fund KEFIs properly. So that, Honorable Speaker, we do not have an institution which only can be able to be good on paper, but not good at implementation. Honorable Speaker, KEFIs reports to me in terms of PIC. And one of the issues that have come up, Honorable Speaker, in one of our deliberations, is that at the port of entry in Mombasa, they have been put on the sidelines. They have not been allowed to access the main control room to make sure that they check all the entry of pesticides or any entry of substance that could be of importance to them to check. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, they have no personnel or they have weaker personnel at the border points. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, let us support them. Let us give them this bill, but also support them in terms of the budget, so that we don't just have a good bill and they don't have the budget to staff this staffing to undertake this role, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to support this bill, having known KEFIs from the financial side, that this is a good bill which we should endear and make them work. I want to wish the CEO of KEFIs happy times, because, Honorable Speaker, Professor Theophilus is one of the few professors of plant health that we have in this country. And if we give him this bill at this hour, I'm pretty sure that he's going to implement it and support this country so that we protect fully whatever comes into this country should not really interfere with our health in future. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I support this bill.
The Honorable KJ, MP for the Goreti South.
Mr. Speaker, I must thank you. There are very amazing afternoons when you're on the seat, because you being a ranking member of this house and a man who has served this house for a good duration, we do really enjoy the sessions as you are chairing, as you are doing this afternoon. And I do notice that we are in transition, Mr. Speaker. Yes. An equally able member of this house is taking up to the seat. And I do want to also say that he himself, being an accomplished lawyer, is in fact a good leader of the house and does perform the roles of speaker very well. Mr. Speaker, even in transition, I must start by saying that I stand to support the plant protection bill that has been brought to us, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as a house, we do note that we are passing this new bill so that it replaces a 1937 bill, which was then the Plant Protection Act of 1937. And we must remember, Mr. Speaker, that 1937 was in colonial Kenya. And a lot must have happened in this country in the sphere of agriculture in the time that has passed since this bill was passed. And I think the House is right to be attending to this matter at this very opportune moment when a lot is happening globally, especially with the scientific advancements and the progress that has been made in agriculture up to date, Mr. Speaker. And so in a sense, one of the things that we're doing is bringing our agriculture and agricultural practice, agricultural trade to the times that we are in and into the future. Mr. Speaker, this bill is clear that it seeks to establish a comprehensive legal and regulatory and institutional framework to handle modern agricultural challenges. And this is the work of this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have found ourselves in a regime as a country where we have suffered the misfortune of dumping, Mr. Speaker, where crops, seeds, plants have been introduced to this country in a manner that would not be defined in a better way than dumping. Some of the crops that have been dumped here, Mr. Speaker, have been deteriorating the environment. We are talking about the Madenge plant. Mr. Speaker, you do come from the lakeside, and you know the damage that the hyacinth has occasioned on the lake, on the neighborhood on the lake, and the life that is the aqua life that is in the lake, Mr. Speaker. And so this bill could not have been more timely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the presentation in this bill, I support because we are seeking to prevent the importation of dangerous plants and pests by virtue of passing this bill. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are trying to align Kenya to the international standards and conventions, some of which we have even passed in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. And so when we say that we are modernizing agriculture, then we must also be aligned to some of the international commitments that we have made as our House. And this bill does in part speak to some of these international conventions that we have okayed in this House and giving them effect through this bill. Mr. Speaker, 1937 is a long time back. We brought up the new constitution in 2010. And until 2010, the functions of agriculture were the functions of the national government. Today, we do know that these roles are divided between the national government and the county government. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are able to establish a legal regime that presides over agriculture in the new times that the new constitution allows us to be able to share the functions that shall remain in national government and those that shall go to the county government, Mr. Speaker. And in every sense of the word, we are speaking to the constitution of this country. When we were passing the constitution, Mr. Speaker, you remember, you were a great agitator for this new constitution. And when we were on the road shows, when we were in the rallies, when we were out there campaigning for this constitution, we would say to people that there shall be places where parliament shall. And we would repeat that parliament shall. And Honorable Speaker, you remember a great person in this House in the name of Honorable Kalembe Ndile would even question, what is that shall? And he would say, Munasema shall, Mundasema shall, Mundasema shall. This is the shall, Mr. Speaker, that we are shalling now by making sure that that which we have put in our constitution is supported by legislative framework. And Mr. Speaker, we are able then to align the functions of county government and make sure that we also leave the place for the functions of the national government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is not just a trade. We must remind ourselves that we find ourselves in a situation where there is an outbreak of cancer in this country and many other ills. And these ills, some of them must be emanating from the food that we eat, Mr. Speaker. There are some substances, including pesticides, that are used on our crops that are contributing to cancer, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we put up a legal regime that is going to superintend over the chemicals, over the pesticides, over the farm inputs that shall be put on our crops, Mr. Speaker, we're in a very big way working towards reversing the trend of increased cancer and cancer patients in our country, Mr. Speaker. And in that sense, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that comes to save lives, Mr. Speaker. Not only does it save lives, we know the cost of treating cancer in this country, Mr. Speaker. Resources that would have gone to otherwise more progressive developmental goals, Mr. Speaker. And so when we are able to man the gates, make sure that that which comes into our country is safe for our people, then, Mr. Speaker, we are doing that which our people send us to do in this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are following the global trends in agriculture. We are seeing how modern agriculture is done. Modern agriculture cannot be presided by laws that were instituted in 1937, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm supporting this bill because in modernizing the regime of laws that are presiding over our agriculture, then, Mr. Speaker, we are keeping up with the global trends, and we are winnowing to be able to see that which works for Kenya, that which works for our people, and we are able to lock out that which is not beneficial to our people. Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that the institutions that are mandated with the job of presiding over the matters of agricultural input shall take it on from here. And I do pray that we shall see subsidiary laws up to and including regulations that shall speak to this bill when we pass it, Mr. Speaker, so that the detail of how we intend to make sure that we rein in on the ills that I have mentioned can be attended to through the subsidiary regulation, just as this House has taken up the Constitution as the mother law, and being able to extract bills and acts out of it. We pray that the legislation that follows to this is true to the spirit of what has been put up here, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to also note that where we are heading, this bill does not just speak to agriculture. We are in a country where we are running out of land, Mr. Speaker. I come from a constituency called Dagoretti. Dagoretti was traditionally agricultural land. Dagoretti, the farms of Modangari, the farms of Kiawariua, the farms that are called today Karen, these were agricultural lands, Mr. Speaker. But today as we speak, we have built in all of Nairobi, we have gone into Machakos, we have gone into Kiambu, and so, Mr. Speaker, we must, as a House, lead this drive on how agricultural practices in the future are going to be economical in how we use our land to ensure that even when we see programs like affordable housing, they do speak to our agriculture, Mr. Speaker, that all rich, fertile land cannot be relegated to housing. In fact, it should be left for agriculture. And for these many reasons, Mr. Speaker, I do stand to support, and I do pray that we shall pass this bill, and I hope members will be here when we are prosecuting in the committee stage, so that these inputs can be an additional build to this bill as it exists. Mr. Speaker, I do support.
That's very elaborate, Honorable Kiarie. The Honorable Irene Mayaka is now recognized to make her contributions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support this particular bill because, Honorable Speaker, especially the fact that we are largely an agricultural country, this is very important. And it's actually worrying that it's taken us several years for us to be able to review this particular bill. Because of the importance of agriculture, the place it has in our country, and secondly, because we've had a lot of changes and revolutions that have happened in this country and in the rest of the world. And Honorable Speaker, I was actually hoping my senior, the Honorable KJ, when he was speaking, that he would also touch on matters relating to technology, the fourth industrial revolution, and AI in relation to plant and pest monitoring. Because, Honorable Speaker, first of all, when you look at the specific weeds that really affect our country, and we've talked about the madenge, we've talked about hyacinth, but also, Honorable Speaker, there's another weed called the donda. that has become very notorious, especially in the Western region. It's affecting tea in our regions. I actually brought a statement to that effect because it's becoming quite a concern. And some of these interventions that have been mentioned in this bill are very important because it's about time that we review how we are actually doing plant protection. Honorable Speaker, I just want to lay a bit of emphasis on Part 5 of the bill, which speaks about border surveillance, control, and monitoring. And Honorable Speaker, the reason why I want to emphasize on this, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to bring amendments to this, is because it speaks about the use of machinery and equipment. But also, Honorable Speaker, if you would have a look at our Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, it's a bit limiting because right now in a lot of jurisdictions, we are having the use of drones by farmers so that they are able to do monitoring, especially in large farms, for them to be able to do proper monitoring at lower costs and at to spray and to actually do it at a lower cost. But when you look at our Civil Aviation Authority laws, it's actually limiting because it states that you can only use an aircraft operated certificate and it must be by a pilot. Whereas, Honorable Speaker, if you look at, for example, what the EU has done in terms of their Safety Aviation Authority and the US, they've actually done something called the VLOS, which is the Visual Line of Sight, that allows smaller drones to be used, 25 kgs, that go up to 400 feet. Honorable Speaker, these are some of the interventions and amendments that we need to do in this House so that it also allows our farmers to be able to use such similar interventions. Because, Honorable Speaker, in this day and age, when we are having the President of this country being invited to the G7 to make remarks about Africa, and one of the things that he really emphasized on is that he said that Africa is not a mistake. Africa can also be a continent that offers solutions. So we need to lead from the front as the legislation of this country by supporting his prayers and interventions of saying that we as Africans can also have solutions that also make interventions and ensure that we are supporting our local people, we are supporting the farmers and ensuring that even as we say that legislation has to work, legislation also has to be encompassed with interventions that are innovative, interventions that allow us to even have more production, interventions that make the cost of production become lower, and interventions that seek to ensure that our production is actually increasing and growing so that eventually, Honorable Speaker, we are able to reduce in terms of crop production and making us have availability of more food so that we can use in country and also export to other countries, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to support this particular bill. And also, as I said, preparing to come with amendments so that we can see how else we can ensure that this works even better for us. With those few remarks, I submit and I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also weigh in my thoughts. And from the onset, I support the bill on the Plant Protection Act bill that it is not only timely, but we were late because Kenya depended on agriculture as one of the mainstay and support system for our economy for the last 60 years. 1930s, the movement of human beings was limited. It is not like it is today. It is faster. We have more entries into the country, and the possibility of polluting our plants in agricultural sector is very high. So, Mr. Speaker, the management and prevention of plant pests and diseases is a timely and it is a very important undertaking by this country as we debate in this August House. We know it if we do so, We will safeguard the agricultural production, that we are producing the right plants and the right agricultural products that is good for human consumption, and also the protection of our natural ecosystem. We also have to safeguard our trade, as my colleagues have prosecuted before, that our plants and our agricultural products cannot be banned in the international markets. ECOA, is it what you call ECOA or OCOA, Mr. Speaker? The market we get in North America from Africa, and Kenya had it, I think it is renewed now. What kind of products do we take to them? We limit our possibility of doing trade with the international markets. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the plants and pests, it should not stop there, but we should also make sure that we do have a deeper understanding and a serious concern on seeds that might come to this country. And in also, I think later on when we will be interacting with this bill from article to another and recommending amendments, we must make sure that our seeds in Kenya, which is more native seeds that were there, that helped us be what we are, and as opposed to exotic seeds, must also be protected, and it should not be diluted. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not only protect the plant itself against these notorious plants that are alien to our environment, but we should also think about the pesticides that were used many years in those countries, and it has been burned in the global north. Majority of them is known, but scientifically they are hiding behind names, and it looks like it is a good thing when we are using it, and yet it is quite dangerous. Mr. Speaker, many of these chemicals continue to be exported to our world, our part of the world. And therefore, it is very important that we have an agency, as we are having it to be created by this act, in order to provide a scientific protection of our people through research and ban any product that has been banned elsewhere, then Africa and Kenya in particular should not become a dumping site. Mr. Speaker, as we look into this, I come from Baringo County, where Madenge notorious plant is actually affecting our people, a pastoralist. In fact, I want to say we must safeguard not only as food and as also opportunity for trade, but food is a security matter. That if anyone succeeds in destroying your food and that you have nothing to feed your people, he will control you. You will be subject to others. And your negotiation in any platform, in any region, you argue and negotiate from a very weaker point. So it is a priority, and appeal our colleagues that when we come to interrogating and contributing to this particular bill, we passed it as soon as possible to help our people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable Jematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also take this opportunity to contribute and add my voice into this very important bill, which is very timely too, that it has taken quite some time, as Honorable Bishop has alluded, that it should have been one of the important bills that should have transcended into law when we were promulgating our Constitution 2010. Mr. Speaker, I have taken quite some time, though quite short, to read through this bill. And I remember when the leader of majority was reading to us and debating, I heard him say that this is one of the bills that should be taken seriously and would urge Kenyans to understand and support wholeheartedly. Because this bill, Mr. Speaker, reflects what is going to be Kenya in the future. This bill is going to give us a breath of life and livelihood, because it is connecting very well and so closely to our day-to-day livelihood and our lives, specifically what we ingest, the plants we have in our environments, the effects of our environment in terms of flora and fauna. And I want to say to the committee that they should take precaution and more time to, specifically in the committee stage, where we will be looking keenly on most of the clauses so that we get it right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, KEFIS, as much as is not loudly considered as one of the progressive departments or of government, of agriculture, it plays a very important and crucial role in every life in this country. Plants, Mr. Speaker, are like human beings, or is like human beings, because it breathes life. Without plants in our environment, we will not get one of the ingredients of our lives, that is oxygen. And when we have poor or bad plants, obnoxious plants, for instance, poisonous plants around us, it is going to give us the worst livelihood and the bad, and it's going to contribute to many things, specifically diseases. And I want to speak highly on this, the matter concerning pesticides. We used to have Kenya Pyrethrum Board, which was converted into a company today that is producing most of those insecticides that we use in our homes to kill cockroaches and mosquitoes. I don't know what is the brand that we have today. We used to, it's largely Doom. But it was very good for us because we were producing it, and we used to have the control measures in this country, Mr. Speaker. I want to believe that it is this, through this bill, that is going to give us guidance on what we are going to import, specifically the phytosanitary measures that is going to be taken through this legislative bill, and also in professional capacity of the people who are going to handle most of these plants. Mr. Speaker, in Baringo today, someone in 1984 decided that he was going to cure desertification. And they brought this weed that is called mathenge. Mathenge is Phlosophis juliflora, which actually helped to combat and curb the desertification in that area, specifically the lowland parts of Baringo, that is Marigat, which was highly desert. That, Mr. Speaker, you would be advised by your mother that we need to have dinner very early because there would be the tornado wind anytime. And sometimes they could, rip off your roofs, like the grass, and iron sheets in schools and, houses. But when we introduce madenge, as much as it minimizes these tornadoes we used to see when we used to be small girls and boys, we would go run into it, and we were whirling into it, and we were thinking that there was some animal, or many times we used to think there were snakes into it. But because of the madenge weed cured to some extent. But again, it has ended up being a problematic. Madenge, Mr. Speaker, grows mostly when it is dry, the dry seasons. That is when it germinates better and grows better because of the seeds. The seeds are highly resistant to the weather. And looking back today, we are not able to even farm because of madenge. Madenge has taken most of the land. It has covered everywhere, even to your houses. And it has these very unfortunate thorns that when it pricks you, it is more poisonous than when you swallow or you eat or ingest some bad fruits. We also have problems, Mr. Speaker, because of the fertilizer that we use. Marigat or Perigera irrigation, which is located in Baringo also, has been experiencing a lot of problems of late. That we have suddenly the farmers there or people interacting in the farms are becoming sick and contracting cancerous diseases, mostly the one on the throats, esophagus, and gut, or the stomach. And this is because of using these pesticides on the plants. And later on, we always consume this food, mostly tomatoes, and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, if you want to know, if you buy tomatoes today in the market, I want you to place your tomato on the table and leave it there for some time, like probably a week or two. You're most likely going to find it still fresh. And conversely, you can take the same tomato and put it in your fridge, which is ideally, you're supposed to preserve it through using the fridge, and it's going to go bad very fast. But if you put it on the service or on the table, you're going to probably use it for the next 2 weeks. So that means the pesticides that we use can also affect most of this. Also, Mr. Speaker, the bread we have today, someone said you can, because of the yeast, and I think those are things that also, I don't know whether it is part of this, that because yeast used to be grown through millet and barleys and all those, but today we are having a lot of problems because we are ingesting food that we don't know what it is being preserved with. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor so much, but I am looking forward to the stage of committee stage where we are able to discuss this matter and have proper amendments. Most of the side effects that we have today, or most of these plants that encroaches our environment, is that it can even kill. It has affected the population of bees and butterflies because most of them are obnoxious and quite poisonous. And therefore, as I support this bill, I want to say it is going to be one of the best way to progress and help this country going forward in terms of agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no more interest, the mover will now be called upon to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first thank all the members who have contributed to this bill, which, as I said, is a very important bill in the growth of our country, having an agro-based economy. And I have listened to all the contributions, And I want to assure them, together with what came from stakeholders during public participation, we will factor that when we go to committee of the whole House. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question. The Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025, we now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a regulatory and institutional framework for the prevention of introduction, establishment, and spread of plant pests, management of plant pests, facilitate safe trade in plants, plant products, and other regulated articles, and for connected purposes. Order number 16, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2026, second reading.
Majority Leader to move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2026, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this also is a very short bill, and allow me to begin by thanking members of the Finance and National Planning Committee who considered this bill and also took it through public participation. As you are aware, this committee, when the rest of us went for the short recess, they were very busy over the last 3 or 4 weeks, going through public participation on the Finance Bill, the Central Bank Amendment Bill, the KRA Bill, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill. And they took this bill through public participation and engaged with a number of stakeholders, including the Central Bank, the Kenya Bankers Association, the commercial banks in our country, and many other stakeholders who made submissions before the committee. It's a short bill, just about 8 clauses. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, has a few key objectives, one of them being to restructure the central bank's emergency lending framework, broaden its foreign reserve operations, to include precious metals like gold, silver, platinum, and all that, and also to consolidate parliamentary oversight for top executive appointments solely within the National Assembly. As you are aware, under the Central Bank Act, the CBK Deputy Governor is usually vetted by this House and the Senate. And just to align that with what happens with the Governor of the Central Bank, we want to now restrict that. The bill in Section 13B requires the nominees for the position of the CBK Deputy Governor be approved strictly by the National Assembly. And this aligns the vetting process with that of the governor and eliminates the joint parliamentary vetting framework that previously included the Senate. Therefore, upon passage of this bill, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank will be vetted solely by the National Assembly, not by the joint committee as happened with the Deputy Governor. And that's just to align with what happens with the position of Governor. To Honorable Speaker, the bill establishes a very clear distinction between the routine monetary operations of the central bank and emergency financial distress support to limit the moral hazards that have been there, so that the bank now is able to lend on emergency basis to commercial banks and extending that period to a period of up to 12 months. So we are allowing the central bank to issue loans and advances to commercial banks and microfinance institutions for a period that goes up to 12 months. Of course, bearing in mind the risks that could be associated with that, and having evaluated who they are lending to in line with the Banking Act. There's also the discretionary emergency liquidity assistance, or what is popularly referred to as ELA, and the central bank, is empowered to provide such temporary emergency liquidity assistance to institutions that are solvent and viable. They are not allowed to lend to banks or financial institutions that are insolvent, or those that don't look commercially viable because the money they are lending is public money, or even an institution that is undergoing liquidation. And therefore, once they establish that the overall financial stability of an institution is okay, and they need emergency liquidity assistance, the central bank then can offer that emergency support. But of course, as I said, having analyzed the risks and ensuring that there is strict collateral safeguards, that all emergency credit must be fully backed by acceptable collateral and undergo very strict risk management evaluation. The CBK will also be permitted to extend credit lines to the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, KDIC, what was in the past referred to as a Deposit Protection Fund, now called the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, for fixed terms of up to 3 years, again collateralized by government securities, just in case KDIC needs this money to be able to rescue some of the institutions that are under KDIC. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I said, the other objective of this bill is to expand the reserve operations of the central bank to include precious metals trading and amendment, and the amendment significantly widens the scope of the central bank reserve management, so that beyond the standard foreign exchange and gold, the bank will now be authorized to buy, sell, import, export, or transfer, or even to hold and to refine gold coins, bullion, silver, platinum, and other precious metals under its own determined terms. Honorable Speaker, the bill further enables the central bank to formally offer training and capacity building programs, not just to its internal staff, but also to the general public. That includes staff of other commercial banks and financial institutions, insurance companies if need be, or the general public if they need to be trained, for instance, on the trade in government securities, or even to understand how to trade and how to buy and sell government securities. They may also train domestic government agencies, not necessarily individuals and the public, but also government agencies and officials also from other jurisdictions. Our economy, Honorable Speaker, in this region is the strongest economy and the biggest economy in the East Central African region. Therefore, we also have some responsibility to train our neighbors. And therefore, people from those other jurisdictions, if they want their staff from their central banks, or from their commercial banks to come and train in Kenya under the School of Monetary Studies, under the central bank, we expand that training mandate to allow central bank to be able to do that. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I said, there's a very short bill, those 8 clauses. And Honorable Speaker, you see, I am now belaboring when I'm moving bills to insist on the number of clauses and what each clause is providing for, largely, to avoid the issues you saw with the finance bill. People claiming there is a clause 169, others claiming that land is being moved from freehold to leasehold. And you can imagine, including people like the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka was misled to believe. But if the former president, Vice President, depended on some of these people you saw here to read the finance bill for him, you would understand why the former Vice President was misled. Because I want to believe he was misled. But unfortunately, the people misleading him are people who ought to know better. That's why I'm belaboring in every bill that I'm moving now to insist the number of clauses, so that they don't go and say now the Central Bank Amendment Bill has clause 27 that is purporting to do this and this and this and this, or shift this bank from here to here. Propaganda, Honorable Speaker. But it is the world we live in, the world of fake news, a world of propaganda, a world of leaders who tell outright lies all in pursuit of political expediency and matters, cheap politics and cheap political scores, and not educating the public, Honorable Speaker, and that's why I am often belaboring the point that as leaders in this country, we must use the floor of this House. You know, we are only 349 Kenyans who have been favored or who are privileged to come and sit in this House, while the rest of millions of Kenyans listen to us, watch us, and want to hear. To second, because Irene Nyakarario Mayaka takes time to read. And, you know, Honorable Speaker, allow me to just pay a bit of accolades to Honorable Irene Mayaka, because she's a first-time member of Parliament and now a chair of a committee. Because her party, ODM, recognized that she was a serious legislator who deserves even to chair a committee, and she's doing exemplary well as a chair of a committee. I think the next order of business after this one, the next order but one, is for her committee. Therefore, I want to invite her to second this motion.
Honorable Irene Mayaka to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Majority Leader, for the opportunity to second this motion and for the accolades as well. We learn every day from the likes of you. Honorable Speaker, as has been said by the Honorable Majority Leader, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill 2026 is a very short piece of legislation, but also extremely important. Important, Honorable Speaker, in the sense that it gives clarity in terms of distinguishing routine monetary policy operations from emergency liquidity assistance and providing for periods of financial distress. And also, Honorable Speaker, there's a clear provision in this particular amendment on the issue relating to approval of the Deputy Governor, which is now in line with the process of approval for Governor of the Central Bank, that now specifically only allows the National Assembly to be the one that does this particular process, so that it is in line with the existing approval framework that is provided for. Honorable Speaker, there is also a very important clause, which is clause number 7, that seeks to speak about having the Deposit Protection Fund Board, which is now a defunct board, no longer doing the work that it was previously doing, and now giving the same obligation to the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. Honorable Speaker, the other very important clause is clause 8 on training, on prescribed capacity building and training through regulations for purposes of implementing the Act. And Honorable Speaker, also this particular clause, if you also look at clause number 3, that also speaks about providing training and capacity building for its staff, the public, government institutions, and persons from other jurisdictions. Very important aspect there, Honorable Speaker, is for the public, because it's very important for the public to understand the distinction and the different roles that the central bank plays from the commercial banks. Because in most cases, you'll find that people do not understand the roles that this particular different financial institutions play. One of which, Honorable Speaker, is the fact that central bank no longer provides accounts for individuals to be able to have treasury bills and bonds through central bank, that you can now actually have them through commercial banks. So very important for the public to understand that you do not need to go to the central bank for this, but you can go to the commercial banks. So Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks and highlighting the specifics that are very important for us to understand why this amendment was necessary, I support and I second. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now propose the question. The Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2026, be now read a second time. The Honourable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me also say a few things about, relating to this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is amending the Central Bank's existing Act of Parliament. And as the Leader of Majority has said, it has only 8 clauses. And these amendments are quite important for the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we all know very well that Kenya has become a financial hub in this region. And if we were to rate countries on the basis of the advancement in financial issues, Kenya would quite be high there. And that's why these amendments are actually aligned to make sure that we are also up to speed in terms of where we are. The work of the Central Bank, Honorable Speaker, is normally supervisory, regulatory, and then it's always the last lender. And I think it's on the basis of the fact that it's the last lender that the issue of lending to commercial banks on the basis of as an emergency comes up. Because it is the duty of the Central Bank to ensure that we have a stable and predictable financial system. So in a situation where banks have an opportunity to, in case they get into emergencies, to borrow from the Central Bank, Honorable Speaker, and up to a period of 12 months, these are very progressive amendment. Because then we've seen banks going under, Honorable Speaker. But with this arrangement, it will be very difficult because now banks can fall back to the Central Bank, and the Central Bank will be able to build them out in terms of lending. And that will ensure that then we have no problem with our financial institutions. On the issue of approval for the DG, Honorable Speaker, where we are saying we want to restrict this strictly to the National Assembly, I think it makes a lot of sense because there's nothing devolved to the Central Bank. Central Bank is the bank for the country, and really there's no devolution in it. So on those bases, I think really the idea of pushing that to the Senate, if you look at the Constitution, it says the Senate was actually created for purposes of taking care of the interests of the counties. So this is also aligned, and I think it will make it easier for the DG to be approved in good time when that time comes, and then they can serve the country. The issue of the Kenya Depository Insurance Corporation, where we're also saying the Central Bank will also be able to lend. Actually, part of our financial ecosystem, Honorable Speaker, is the insurance sector is part of that financial ecosystem. And it's just like an extension of the commercial banks. So we are saying, because our insurance companies also take care of our interests, and more so when it comes to securing our future in terms of right policies and all that, then the bank should also be there to build them out when there is need. Another progressive amendment, which I think we should support, Honorable Speaker. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, Clause 8, which discusses the issue of training. This is a very interesting clause, Honorable Speaker. As I indicated earlier, in a situation where the country has become a financial hub, then it means it's important that people are educated on financial issues. They are trained. In the past, the Central Bank was a bit restricted to train only matters, their own staff, and possibly some staff from the Treasury. But what we are doing, Honorable Speaker, now we are opening this space so that the Central Bank can now train the general public. And the general public has been very active, Honorable Speaker, in terms of buying our Treasury bills and bonds. That means it's then important to educate them on what we are doing and what benefits will accrue to them once they buy these things. They have also not been training normally the commercial banks staff. But now we are saying that with this intensive participation of financial institutions and even government agencies, then it is very important that the Central Bank is given that mandate to train so that people are all trained. They are on, in terms of knowledge, they are on the same page. And then we can minimize the issue where people are making decisions from an informed position. We can actually now increase that space so that anybody who is going to interact with the Central Bank, as a result of that training, then they will make informed decisions and nobody will complain that I didn't know. And I think this is a very good amendment, Honorable Speaker. So when you look at all these amendments, Honorable Speaker, they are very progressive. It is just making the work of the Central Bank be more central and allow Kenyans also to interact with the bank more. Actually, if you ask Kenyans, very few Kenyans have been into the space of the central bank, either visiting the bank, very few. But now I see an opportunity where the bank is now coming out to interact with the public, to interact with the financial institutions, and that participation will make them also feel like this is our bank as a country. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
Is there any interest by any member to contribute any further, or this one is straightforward? I'm not able to see that member. Please? The member for Igembe Central is recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support this bill, the Central Bank Amendment Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, in my life I've realized very many banks have collapsed. The small banks have collapsed. Most of them have collapsed due to lack of liquidity assistance. Now that is being extended for 12 months, and it can even go further if there is no issues of mismanagement. This bill means a lot to the local investors and people who don't have much to deposit. Also, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the deputy governor. Now, it was being, now that we have been, the parliament has been the one who has been picking the governors and vetting him. Now it has been given the mandate. Only the parliament will be vetting the deputy governors and no interaction from other houses. It will flow well with the governor and deputy governor having passed through the common team of vetters. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the bank stability means a lot to all of us. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this bill means a lot. We are supposed to support it, and we will support it, and we stand to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no more interest, I'll be calling the mover to reply. But before that mover, let me recognize a delegation in the Speaker's gallery and invite them to the House to observe proceedings. We have a delegation, a big one from across Kenya, of young leaders. In the delegation, there is Patrice Lumumba Kaluma. There is George Peter Opondo. There is Adrian Kimtai. There is Mr. Ian Madu. There is Michael James. And then there is Seb Blatter Kopany. You are welcome to the House to observe the proceedings. Yeah, mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also welcome that delegation of Kenyans to the National Assembly, including George Peter Opondo. And welcome them to the National Assembly, because they are great Kenyans. I have seen the way they have maintained studio silence up there, observing what is going on. And I'm sure they were wondering, is this the same chamber that looked like a war zone some time back? But I do hope that when, because I can see there are young Kenyans who probably aspire to be in this chamber, when that day comes, they will be very diligent legislators who will take time to read all clauses of a bill, like this very short bill, which I'm going to reply to, Honorable Speaker, that I said is only 8 clauses and very straightforward. And in reply, let me agree with the sentiments aired by members, and especially what Honorable Makali Mulu very well articulated, that the Senate, in a way, was more or less, by the drafters of the Constitution, envisaged to be largely taking care of our counties. And you can imagine the Central Bank of Kenya is a regulator of commercial banks and other financial institutions, deposit-taking financial institutions. And as much as senators will argue that these businesses, banks are also in counties, but the work of regulation is at the national government level. And I want to agree with what Makali Mulu is saying, that it was actually a misnomer from the word go or ab initio. This ought to have been the preserve of the National Assembly. Just like it's the preserve of the National Assembly to vet cabinet secretaries, they don't go to the Senate. And you know, Honorable Speaker, it has been my position over time that if I served as a cabinet secretary, I would never set foot in the Senate. I would never set foot there because they have no business calling cabinet secretaries to the Senate unless it is the cabinet secretary for the National Treasury on matters touching on the division of revenue. But I see cabinet secretaries for roads being called to the Senate. And I ask myself, why don't they call the CEC in charge of roads in the counties they represent? Because that is what the Constitution had envisaged. But this is timely, and I want to agree with members that it is time that we correct it so that if we allow these things to happen, that's how they continue clawing into the mandate of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the other distinction that Irene spoke to very well and articulated very well, being able to distinguish the operational or supervisory role of the central bank in the day-to-day operational work of commercial banks, and also being the lender of last resort, and especially where it is emergency lending, is also very important, and allowing that additional time up to 12 months is critical. Honorable Speaker, I thank members and I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Central Bank of Kenya Act and for connected purposes.
The Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to seek your indulgence regarding the order listed as order number 17, requesting, because we are still waiting the report of the Committee of Finance on this Sovereign Wealth Fund bill, that we do step it down probably to the time after they table the report. Hopefully either tomorrow or the next day of business after tomorrow, which would be Tuesday.
Yeah, I will direct that that order be called first. Call the next order.
Order number 17, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026, second reading.
Yeah, so the request of the leader of the majority party is acceded to. The matter concerning the motion appearing under order number 17 is deferred to the future date, as and when it shall be scheduled for House consideration by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 18, motion. Report on the inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission and the East African Health Research Commission.
Mover. The Chairperson, Committee on Regional Integration.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, before I move this particular motion, please allow me to also welcome the young Kenyans who have joined us to follow these proceedings. Patrice is a very good friend of mine, so I'm happy to see him in the house together with his friends. And you know, Honorable Speaker, these are the future leaders and future parliamentarians, so it's very fantastic to see them here. And I say welcome to them as they follow the proceedings. Honorable Speaker, and secondly, Honorable Speaker, again, before I begin, because, you know, Honorable Speaker, we're in the World Cup mood right now. And we have a very important game coming up in the next 20 minutes where an African team, the DRC, is going to play against Portugal. So I want to take this opportunity.
In fact, not just African team.
Yes.
But DRC is also part of the larger East African community.
Correct. Exactly. And as the chair of regional integration, I take this opportunity to wish them the very best against Portugal, because I believe with what we have been seeing the African teams doing, they can actually win this particular game and proceed. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report on the inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission, the EASTCO in Rwanda, and the East African Health Research Commission, EAHRC, in Burundi be considered by this House. The Committee of Regional Integration undertook an inspection and familiarization visit to these ESC institutions between the 27th July and the 3rd of August 2025. The visit aimed at to assess the status of implementation of projects and programs, evaluate progress, and identify challenges.
Yeah, Honorable Irene Mayaka, I know how you feel about the upcoming March, but I'm being reminded that in keeping with the parliamentary tradition, you move the motion first, as printed, as per the order paper. So I beg to move that and read it word for word, punctuation by punctuation, as you normally do.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it's the excitement of the upcoming game.
Majority leader nasema ni mbio ya kwenda kuangalia
Yes.
mpira ya
Majority leader knows I'm a soccer fan. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the... This is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection visit on the East African Science and Technology Commission in Rwanda and the East African Health Research Commission in Burundi, laid on the table of the House on the Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report on the inspection visit of the East African Science and Technology Commission in Rwanda and the East African Health Research Commission in Burundi be considered by this House. The Committee on Regional Integration undertook an inspection and familiarization visit to these ESC institutions between the 27th of July and the 3rd of August 2025. The visit aimed to assess the status of implementation of projects and programs, evaluate progress, and identify challenges and interventions, measures to promote the ESC integration agenda. The Honorable Speaker, the committee process and delegation, the committee comprising of 4 members of parliament and was supported by the committee secretariat. The team engaged with officials from the 2 institutions as well as the Kenya High Commission in Kigali and the Kenyan Mission in Bujumbura. The committee reviewed presentations, toured facilities, and held discussions on the institutional mandate, achievements, and challenges. Honorable Speaker, the objectives of this inspection visit was to formulate regional science and technology innovations policies and frameworks which promote regional research centers of excellence in all partner states, mobilization of resources for STI development in the community, and fostering science and technology innovation in the partner states. Secondly, to establish an institutional governance, management, and operational framework. And thirdly, to promote the One Health approach and integrated research involving animal health, human health, and the environment. The key findings by the committee members was that ESTCO has developed regional policies on STI, intellectual property, bioeconomy, and indigenous knowledge system. It has launched research grants, organized regional conferences, and supported entrepreneurship and technology transfer. EAHRC, which is based in Burundi, has initiated regional research and capacity development programs, improved health research ecosystem, and promoted the One Health approach integrating human, animal, and environmental health. Both institutions face significant challenges, including inadequate financing, staff shortage, and inconsistent data and infrastructure across partner states. Financial shortages caused by delayed partner state contribution and dwindling development partner support continue to adversely affect the performance of all the EAC institutions. The Digital Reach Initiative, a 10-year strategy plan, aims to transform health systems through digital technology, but requires sustained investment and policy support. Kenya's active participation and parliamentary support are essential for success of the regional STI and health research programs. Honorable Speaker, observations by the committee are as follows. The committee observed that the lack of a legal framework for the elimination of non-tariff barriers and the staff deficits in ES institutions hampers the effective execution of their mandates. Secondly, the two institutions play a pivotal role in harmonizing policies, fostering innovation, and strengthening regional integration. Number 3, there is need to review the current EAC treaty and explore alternative financing mechanisms such as levies on imports and exports, contributions based on ability to pay. Fourth, Kenya should align its STI and health policies with regional frameworks and support the scaling up of regional innovation and joint research initiatives. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations from the committee are as follows. To address the challenges associated with delayed financing, the Council of Ministers is encouraged to creatively explore alternative financing mechanisms, such as establishing a levy on imports to the EAC region and exports from the region. And Honorable Speaker, we have regular meetings of the Council of Ministers, so I believe that once this particular report is adopted by this House, this will then translate back to them for them to be able to explore these particular issues that are recommended by the committee. The Ministry of East African Community, the ASAL and Regional Development, in collaboration with the National Treasury and Economic Planning, is directed to ensure that EAC institution organs, particularly the two institutions aforementioned, are funded to advance the EAC integration agenda. The Council of Ministers is further urged to complete the ongoing staff recruitment process and to allow appropriate staffing in the EAC institutions and organs. And this, again, Honorable Speaker, is something that the Council of Ministers are already working on, now that we have a new SG for the EAC who is from Tanzania. The Minister of East African Community, the ASALs and Regional Development, to recommend the EAC Council of Ministers that there is need to monitor the progress of the EAC institution, organs, and foster accountability. The two institutions recommend that all partner states should leverage regional centers of excellence and digital platforms to improve service delivery and research capacity. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank your office and the Office of the Clerk of National Assembly for extending to the committee the necessary support to discharge its mandate. Mr. Speaker, sir, I now call upon the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, who is a member of the committee, to second. I thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking my chair for moving this report, and she has done it so well, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I agree with the majority leader that she fits the bill. And we are very happy to have her as our chairperson. So, Honorable Speaker, this visit was organized under the Committee of Regional Integration, and we all know that this is a committee which is overseeing integration of the East Africa community. We all know the benefits which accrue from this integration, Honorable Speaker. And the reason why we have these two institutions, one in Burundi by the name East African Science and Technology Commission, that is in Rwanda, and the other one in Burundi, which is African Health Research Commission. The whole purpose of having these institutions, Honorable Speaker, is to promote one health approach and integrated research involving animal health, human health, and the environment. And Honorable Speaker, these are like what we call centers of excellence in the region. You realize that through the community, the member states have agreed that there's need to have centers of excellence in different countries, so that if you want to achieve the best, then that country provides leadership in that area. But despite the good objectives of these two institutions, Honorable Speaker, these institutions are facing serious challenges. And some of the challenges they are facing, Honorable Speaker, is inadequate financing. Honorable Speaker, you realize that member countries are not really contributing in a regular manner. Some are actually in arrears. Others are not even able to contribute. And we all know that where there are no resources, Honorable Speaker, then we cannot realize effectiveness in some of these institutions. The other challenge is staff shortages, that we have very good institutions with a very clear mandate, but we don't have the human resource to move them towards their goals. And the third one, Honorable Speaker, is inconsistent data, where data from the member countries is not consistent, and in that case then it makes research a bit difficult, Honorable Speaker. And the last one is infrastructure across partner states, where even the infrastructure is not adequate, Honorable Speaker, and we need really to think about what to do. So as a committee, and through this visitation, we realize that there is need for sustained investment and policy support if these institutions are to achieve their objectives, Honorable Speaker. And we've come up with some recommendations, Honorable Speaker. The team which went there, as a committee, we have adopted some recommendations. And we are thinking about how can we then improve the financing of these institutions. We are saying it's time the East Africa community thinks of coming up with ways of raising money other than the normal annual prescription, Honorable Speaker. And we are thinking about some tariffs, well, some financing, that is levying revenues on imports and exports, Speaker, so that we can, the way we have what we call the fuel levy, which takes care of some of our roads, we could also have some levy on our imports and exports as a region, and the proceeds of these levies are channeled to these centers of excellence. In that case, then we will be able to help them, Honorable Speaker, in terms of financing. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, which you have said many times, is the issue of countries contributing on the basis of their ability to contribute. We all agree, Honorable Speaker, in this region, we have some countries which are bigger brothers, like Kenya. Kenya is a big brother. When you compare Kenya and Burundi, Honorable Speaker, Burundi and Kenya is a bigger brother. So we are saying, if Kenya is in a position to pay for Burundi, bearing in mind also the benefits accruing to Kenya as a bigger brother from the region, then Kenya could support such initiatives. And then these centers of excellence, Honorable Speaker, will be able to assist in research and providing data which can be used matters policy, Honorable Speaker. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, we are saying is, when you look at a country like Southern Sudan, they are also in problems. Actually, if you talk to our colleagues from the East Africa community, they tell you our colleagues from Sudan are not even able to attend meetings because of the same challenge. So we are saying we need to think about outside the box on how we can improve financing. And we are happy that a decision has been taken, Honorable Speaker, where now each member country will be paying members of YALA who come from their country. That to some extent might be advantageous, but also to another extent it will be a problem, because it means then the bigger brother will be able to pay their members, the smaller brothers will remain not able to pay. And at the end of the day, then we start questioning the effectiveness of the region. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I think we all agree, and more so members of this committee, we agree that East Africa community has a huge potential, which is untapped. And if you have to tap this potential, Honorable Speaker, then we need to remain as a unity. We must be united so that all the countries move the same direction, all the countries have common policies, common tariffs, so that we open this big market, Honorable Speaker. And from where I stand as a Kenyan, I believe Kenya is one of the countries which is likely to benefit more than any other country from this integration. So we need to provide leadership. And that's why this committee becomes very important. When you look at this report, Honorable Speaker, we passed this report around August last year. Today is June. We have done about how many months? 10 months with this report ready for debate. So I wish, as we move to the future, Honorable Speaker, that this kind of reports, we create time through the House Business Committee so that within a short time we discuss them, adapt them, and then we pass them to the other authorities who can implement them. That will help the country. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second this report.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu. Honorable members, I now propose the question. This House adopts the report of the public investments. No, it can't be that. Sorry. I will propose the question again. This House adopts the report of the Committee on Regional Integration, its inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission in Rwanda, and the East African Health Research Commission in Burundi, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th November 2025. The Honorable Oscar Nabulindo, you want to contribute to this?
Yes.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this chance to contribute to this motion. First, I'll take this opportunity to thank the mover, Mheshimiwa Irene Mayaka, for her eloquence and the elaborate report, well elaborated by her from the committee. I agree with the leader of majority that she's actually a good legislator. Mr. Speaker, I will not go into much, but to support, I support the motion laid in the House by the Committee on Regional Integration. One of the things I've noted from the mover is about the challenges over delayed funding or financing of these precious institutions of research. And following on that, Mheshimiwa Mulu said that as a big brother in Kenya, we should be able to support our struggling brothers by paying for them. Although that's a noble idea, but I disagree, because we must find a way, another way of encouraging our brothers to pay instead of paying for them. Because if we pay for them, we are actually encouraging them to default even further. That means when we pay for them, the next year they will default, the other year they will default. Are we going to continue paying for them as Kenya? We might be a big brother, but we also have our own financial commitments as a nation. Mr. Speaker, I also support the idea of the report saying that we set up regional research centers, our regional centers of excellence. Mr. Speaker, that is a noble idea and it should be encouraged, and actually when the House adopts this report, I hope the committee will go ahead and actually come up with a way in which to put these recommendations into a reality. Mr. Speaker, also, these regional centers of excellence over research will help our country or our countries to manage some of these affairs like the one that is at hand right now. For example, right now we have a challenge of that Ebola center that everybody is talking about. there is a lot of misinfo. If we had a regional center in Kenya, maybe they would have explained to the public the importance of having such an isolation center for such diseases like Ebola. Because what is happening in this country right now is that most Kenyans are saying no to that initiative because they don't have the right information. And there is nobody who tried to give them the right information because we don't have that kind of institution in this country. Mr. Speaker, regarding the legal framework, I hope as soon as the House adopts this report, the committee is going to move a step further and come up with the necessary legal frameworks that are needed to support these research centers in the East African region. Mr. Speaker, sir, lastly, it is very important right now around the world that most countries are uniting for purposes of economic growth, research, education, agriculture, and trade. Therefore, we encourage our East African brothers and sisters, Kenya being the leader due to that economic power in the region, to come together and continue cooperating, continue working together to do business. Because actually, our biggest business should be between our neighboring countries as opposed to Western countries. But regionally, you can see that most of our trade partners are not even from Africa. We do trade in China, Europe, the Asian countries, and so on. But when you come to the regional countries, there is a way in which there is a leaning towards one side, maybe either exporting only or importing only. Mr. Speaker, sir, I conclude by saying that this is a good report, and the House should go ahead and pass it, and the committee should even move further and come up with the law that will make all the recommendations they have made into a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I support.
Yes, thank you very much. The honorable member representing, that is Igembe Central, is recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to support this regional integration report. Mr. Speaker, East Africa is a community of brothers. And Mr. Speaker, having a common research that reports on both countries will be of great benefit for the growth of East Africa. Mr. Speaker, you remember some times back, there's a time when Kenyan chicks were burnt at the border because the other country was thinking that they have problems, they have diseases. But if there's a research that has been done on both East African region animals report, such instances could not have occurred. Mr. Speaker, if our community is united and is one, we need to stand in one zone in most instances. Mr. Speaker, we have very many items that are valuable in Kenya, but in other countries, they are illegal. Mr. Speaker, we have even miraa in Kenya, which is a scheduled crop, a legal product, and a very healthy product. But in Tanzania, it's illegal. If there is a common research that is done by East Africa that could be reporting positively on such a cash crop, it could have been of great importance to the Kenyan economy because it could be selling in those other East African countries freely the way it's being sold in our country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need this integration in matters science and technology and research to improve on our welfare and well-being of East Africa community members. Mr. Speaker, come to Kenya. You find we have tribes that are still in Tanzania. We have tribes in Kenya that are still in Uganda, which means we are brothers. And to be brothers' keeper, we must know what is affecting those brothers so that you can be able to assist them when necessary. They should also know what is affecting us, and this can only be formulated through research that is commonly done through East African integration. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support this committee which brought this, did this report, and I support their report because it will build East Africa community and it will reduce unnecessary collisions and misunderstanding. Mr. Speaker, East Africa has been talking a lot about common currency, which has not been forthcoming. So when we bring these institutions, whereby we have a standard on most of our affairs, it will build East Africa and it will be a strong entity like other entities in the world. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support.
The report appears very clear and certain on its recommendations, and I'm not seeing any further interests. I'll accordingly require the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to first of all thank the members for their contribution. Dr. Makali, a member of the committee, a very dedicated member of the committee as well, and the Honorable Nabulindo and Honorable Kili for their contributions, and just recognizing the importance of the integration and the EAC, and also for the challenges that they've given us in terms of processing the recommendations into actual laws that can work for EAC. And Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we will take up the challenge as well. Honorable Speaker, just to emphasize on the importance of the EAC and recognition of Kenya as a big brother within the EAC community. And actually, Honorable Speaker, I actually also just want to inform Honorable Nabulindo, even myself, I was shocked to learn that I used to think that Kenya does a lot of trade with outside the EAC. But I discovered that we actually make most of our money in terms of trade within the EAC, that we are one of the biggest beneficiaries of that particular regional conglomeration that we have within the EAC. And therefore, for us, it's very important that we continue to ensure that we play the very important role of continuity in establishing and ensuring that the different institutions we have within the EAC are actually working not only for us, but also for the partner states within the same regional bloc. And just to encourage and ensure that our Council of Ministers, the summit as well, continues in its work to provide for us provisions and laws that we then come and ratify in this same house that seek to push and ensure that we are making sure that the regional integration that we do have within the EAC works for us, not just within the trade sphere, but also in terms of the institutions that support the partner states, and also within the people within the partner states, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, for the legislatures, because for all these partner states, we do have the committees that are relevant towards regional integration. And one of the things, Honorable Speaker, if I may mention, that we are actually really pushing for, as we seek to amend the standing orders for the new parliamentary term that is coming, is that we translate this particular committee into a departmental committee for the EAC, because of the importance of the EAC within our country and the importance of this, because currently as it stands, this particular state department is covered under defense and foreign affairs. So it tends to, one of the things that the minister and the PS have actually mentioned to us is that when they are having budgetary discussions, the committee will begin with defense and then foreign affairs, and then later in the day is when they address the matters of EAC, which are very important. So, Honorable Speaker, it's very important, and I will be seeking to push to ensure that we actually have a departmental committee that is dedicated to the EAC. so that this can take center stage because of the importance of the ESC within our country and within the ESC community. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Irene Mayaka. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Regional Integration, its inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission in Rwanda, the East African Health Research Commission in Burundi, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th November 2025. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah, thank you, members, for staying, this late. But I wanted to request that you stay more in as much as you want to go and watch that match between the DRC and another country to enable me perform some parliamentary rights. Next order.
Order number 19, motion. Report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings.
I have the request of the mover of this particular motion to have it deferred to the future for the House's consideration, and it will stand so deferred. Next order.
Order number 20, motion. Second report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions.
Again, I have the request of the Chairperson Committee on Implementation to have this particular motion deferred for parliamentary consideration to the future, which request I've acceded to. The motion is accordingly deferred. Next order.
Order number 21, the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2026, second reading.
The leader of majority has requested, and I've acceded to his request, to have this particular matter appearing under Order 21 deferred for consideration by Parliament to a future date, and it is so deferred. Next order.
Order number 22, motion. Consideration of a petition regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act.
The Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, has requested me to defer the consideration of this motion to the future, which request I've acceded to. The motion is accordingly deferred to the future at such time as the House Business Committee will schedule it. Next order.
Order number 23, motion. Report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the road sector, in the road and transport sector.
Again, I've acceded to the request by the Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy, the Honorable Emmanuel Wange, who has sat with us throughout this afternoon, to defer this particular motion to the future. And the motion is accordingly deferred. Next order.
Order number 24, motion. Eighth report on audited financial statements of 6 state corporations.
I have the request of the Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services Administration and Agriculture that due to his engagement in other parliamentary business, the consideration of the motion appearing under Order 24 be deferred to the House's consideration to the future, and I therefore so order. Order, honorable members, be upstanding. That being the end of the business of the House today, and the time being 2019 PM, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, the 18th day of June 2026 at 10 a.m.